What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? It is Escape the 4Z here, and welcome to the 7th season of the Kings of Sinks competition. 10 years of competition has gone by, and some of the best gun sinkers have come and gone, and now the best are ready to compete once again. After 10 long years and a little bit of a hiatus, we are back. And I am back here with today's Kings of Sinks Season 7 host, Tovernyuk. Say hello, Tovernyuk.
Hey there, guys.
And then, of course, we have some of our judges that's going to help us explain some of these sinks and break them down, starting with PGS, our biggest slacking judge of them all.
It wouldn't be me if it wasn't. Hi, all.
And then we got Stealth.
How's it going?
And last but not least, Zell.
Hey, everybody.
All right, so we're going to get through a bunch of sinks today. We got 50 submissions to go through that have unofficially submitted. One of them is going to be an honorable mention. But, of course, before we do that, we must, of course, discuss the fallen DNF submissions. So looking through the list of the DNF guys that did not finish, obviously big disappointment all around, but it's okay. You know, everybody's got in real life commitments, or you could apparently be someone that apparently forgot that they signed up for the competition. I'm looking at you, Mr. Aquarius. You forgot that you signed up, but here's the DNF list. M. Quan Lu, who is formerly known as GMLX, did not submit. Aquarius did not submit. Murno did not submit. Hewlett, who was also known as Wing, who competed, he made it to the second round a year or two ago, so he did not submit. Banana Man, Cuda, who was known as I Wish I Was Never Born, he DNF'd. One guy, formerly known as Lightname VN, did not submit either. We got Peasy, Wilco Whiteheart, Bland Cube. I'll admit I'm pretty disappointed because I was looking for him to put out a banger. Then Dark Dragon God and Meatiest Matt are your official sinkers who DNF'd. Everyone press F in the chat for all of those who do not submit. The usual tradition carries on, and may these guys actually submit something the next time we do something. So, in the meantime, we now could actually go through all of the submissions that have been pretty much submitted. But in this particular place, we start with 50th place, who is belonging rightfully to Mr. Hoy RT. Mr. Hoy RT, as he basically submitted after the late clock was over. However, he still wanted his work to be appreciated, so at the very least, we figured we put his submission up for judging to look at just to see how he did in this regard, but no scoring for his sink, unfortunately, since he passed the 3-day deadline. And Hoy RT does what he does best. He is a fantastic sinker. I love the effects that are used in this particular sink. I love the nade usage, the tactical insertion usage. This is absolutely classic Hoy RT sinks right here.
What I can add to this is that I really like the thing. Like, it would have been such a good submission if it actually was submitted in time. But I get it. Real life always just eats up all your time, and you cannot make it to the deadline. Happened to me in, I think it was season 3. Jesus, my memory is just horrible. But it's a really good sync. I think I had a little bit of troubles with the audio mixing. Some guns overpowered another ones. For example, in the drop for Modern Warfare 3, the Desert Eagle, I felt like it took away a little bit of the punch that the ACR on top had. But overall, it's a really good sync. I wish it could have been submitted as into the competition, because you surely would have gotten a really good score for it.
I thought this was awesome. I really miss seeing Hoy RT sinks. I love how you implemented your own style into a lot of new aspects, like the mask clips. We see a lot of that now from a lot of new sinkers. I thought it was great. I was very disappointed that you weren't able to submit. I hope that you can next time, assuming that there is a KOS 8.
Yes.
And a lot of what PGS said, some of the Desert Eagle just seemed a little bit overwhelming. There was a little bit of distortion in the effects that might have been deliberate to add like a little glitchy nature to it. But I did like the effects. I loved the last sequence. I really liked the Doom segment. I loved the Titanfall. I guess that was the swords. And it sounded really good. I was very disappointed that you weren't able to submit.
Yeah, I think that a big part of this was the the fact that he was rushed. Hoy RT has mentioned to me multiple times he was rushing through this submission because he didn't think he would beat the deadline. But, I would love to get this entry up for scoring, but the rules are the rules, and we have to abide by the rules. And unfortunately, he fell under the pressure like many other gun sinkers have throughout this competition. That's going to be a big theme this time, is with real life going on, a lot of stuff going on, people trying to mitigate their time into making the sinks. I think that Hoy RT was just a victim of that pressure getting to him there. At the very least, though, we give him an honorable mention. So technically, it's still a DNF. However, of course, we at least give him at least the recognition that he submitted something, unlike some of the other slackers below him. But that's just the way it's gonna be. So congratulations to Mr. Hoy RT on a very good, solid sink. We can at least show the audience to appreciate it. But press F in the chat for Mr. Hoy RT for just barely missing the submission deadline. So now we get into
Rip.
Yep, that's a rip. So now we get into the actual sinks themselves that have been up for scoring, and we could actually go through some of the scores, what some of the sinkers were lacking in terms of the scoring, how it really affected it. So we could start with 49th place. 49th place with a grand total of 6 points, 6 flat, is Tuta Ami, aka known as Mr. Tutu, who started off with a bit of a Modern Warfare segment here. The song choices, I think, were quite mediocre, I think, in my opinion. Definitely a lot of issues with the basic fundamentals of syncing in terms of transitioning phases. Like, it just seemed like everything was just so abrupt and it cut, and definitely just feels like there could have been a lot more put into this sync.
Actually, the sync itself doesn't have an issue with accuracy. Like, the start was great. I thought it was gonna be like a chill sync with a little bit more flair to it, but the transition from that start to Sound of Where You Go and then after the drop, it was too abrupt, and it just broke the entire mood of the sync that was going. Doesn't add the fact that the background itself, it's warm, and with the song at the start, it just adds to that feeling that, okay, so this is gonna be a chill sync, a good song. And after that, what I can also add is that in the section of Sound of Where to Go, the second part after the fade, the music just went through the roof. The sound gain just went through the roof, and I couldn't even hear anything. The guns were overpowered by the song itself, and the cue on this is that you have to deliver a balance between guns and between music. That's what actually makes the sync itself pop.
I thought the reloads at the beginning weren't all that bad. At least up until I think everything kind of fell apart up when I don't know what the second song was, Sound of Where You Go. I think is what it's called.
Yes.
Up until that point is when everything just kind of fell apart for me, and I was like, yeah, I think that's what a lot of where I just docked down a lot of points there. I think, especially again onto kind of building off of PGS points about how like the song at the beginning is very kind of cool, kind of like calmer song. I would have really liked for this person to have shown that through the effects, the CC, to at least like kind of better, I guess, set the mood, for lack of a better term, especially since that first section kind of goes on for a whole minute, and that's like 75% of the song or of the sync already gone pretty much at that point. And yeah, getting into the sprays the last half didn't work for me.
In this particular case, the accuracy, like PGS mentioned, was not terrible. Like, it was not bad, but I also would say that some of the gun choices for perhaps the chill part of the song was not necessarily terrible. Like, I kind of like the use of the flare was not bad. It was a little bit jarring, a little bit over modulated, but I do like some of the uses here. But it's just like, it's one of those things again that the gun choice was kind of lacking in this one. The fundamental transition was kind of lacking in this one, and I think that overall the entry could have just more thought put into it in general. But I believe that Tutu is a first-time sinker in this competition, so the fact that Tutu submitted, that is great. We hope to see more improvements in the future, and we hope as brutal and as brutally honest as we're going to sound about these syncs, we also want to go out there and put this out there and encourage newer syncers to keep up their craft and keep getting better and better. There were times when I used to create, I will say my first sync was far worse than this, I can tell you that. So keep up the good work and keep improving, and that's the way to go.
I started on iMovie Mobile. That was my first sync is also on my channel, and it was I think it was a Justin Bieber song or something. I can't remember. It was Cold Water,
okay.
but that was made on iMovie, and it looked like absolute shit.
One more thing I'm going to add, Mr. Zell, for your Justin Bieber sync, I would give a 0 on song choice, just right off the bat. So I'm just going to
Me too, me too. Jesus.
zero choice.
No, guys,
Jesus
it was a
Christ.
remix, guys. I promise it was a remix. It wasn't like a
Yeah,
straight Justin Bieber song,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah, that's what they all say. That's what they all say.
Shit.
All right, so we got to move on since we've been on this thing for quite a while. So finishing in 48th place with a grand total of 23.6 points, we have Suck1A, who did a Virtual Riot sync. And Virtual Riot songs are pretty fun. I love Virtual Riot personally. They're very fun songs to do. And I believe that SUK was one of those sinkers that came in from Bilby. Quite a few sinkers from Bilby this time round, first-time sinkers in the competition. But I think one of the biggest issues with this sync that we got to point out, this used to be a classic issue for many sinkers. The good old classic disable resample. And as you can see throughout the sync, if you don't necessarily know what disable resample means, is the picture kind of ghosts or doubles when it resamples over each other. And you could kind of tell through the movement of the sync that it just doesn't look as clean like visually. And usually disable resample is one of those easy fixes that you could just simply, on Vegas, I think you just right click and then you could just, disable the resample from the individual clips and stuff, and it's just an easy fix. But you could tell visually just doesn't look that great in that regard. If I'm to mention about the accuracy is okay. It's not the worst I've seen, but I think that the disable resampling is one of those big things that it really kills your sync, and it makes it kind of hard for people to enjoy it if you don't do it. And that's one thing that I know for sure.
The accuracy, it's on point. I actually like this song.
Really?
Just because of this sync. I literally added to my playlist. Well, I downloaded the thing because of this sync. The only thing that I could say is, one, add some color correction. I am partially to blame for that because I also, at the start, when I started singing, I didn't use any color correction. I think my best thing was transitions, and that was it. My whole logo, I think it was an aerial text to the side of the screen. But after that, I can say the CC was practically non-existent. It could have added a little bit more, since at least, I don't know, a little bit of a purple tint, since the song itself is called Purple Dragon. And a couple of missed bits at the end. But I have to highlight the Tomahawk use in Black Ops 6.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that was great.
I have to agree. The Tomahawk usage in this sync was probably my favorite part about it. And also the Cyberpunk sword, I think, also was
yes.
featured in this. And I thought that usage of both those were awesome.
I'm not the first to say it. There's a bunch of resample in here. Okay, and this takes away a lot from your sync visually. For me, it's a distraction completely. But on top of that, your audio, especially on the sprays for Black Ops 3, is what I most notably criticized. Just how quickly you have them cut before the actual sound in the song. I guess I'm kind of butchering the way I'm putting this, but the sound of the guns, particularly the sprays, just don't match. I don't feel like they match the music very well. You don't necessarily have to use sprays all the time for a sequence like that in music. You can get creative, like stuff like the Halo 5 hammer. I remember that particularly from Bluely sync. You can get creative with a lot of these different sounds and implement a lot more variety into it, rather than just sticking to a bunch of sprays. And you have one really dark pack that transitions into one really bright section that transitions into a multi-game, and audio just kind of jumps around a little bit. And like I said, especially on the sprays. But there's nothing that wasn't already said that I have to say. That was my biggest criticism, was definitely the sprays and the effects. I mean, it's very choppy. Seems like most of the effects Most of the zoom-ins or rotations are
Mhm.
they're linear. You can even see the black screen behind some of the earlier clips from, I think this is Modern Warfare 2, and
Yeah,
it
there's
just
a,
it,
yeah, there's a
it's
little bit
just
of a
it just
little bit of Advanced Warfare, a little bit of Modern Warfare. There's a decent variety of games put into the mix, but
for sure, absolutely. But it's difficult. It's an art to be able to collaborate all of those into one sync and have them transition smoothly,
yes.
especially in terms of audio, because each game's sound design is so different. So you have to tinker with audio more to make it actually blend with the music a little bit well. I think.
Yeah, not to mention, I'm gonna throw this out there too. At the 130 mark around there, there's like a fade to black, and then the gun just randomly comes back for like a quick second. A little bit jarring, my opinion. I mean, maybe this is me just getting overly picky, but I think that there are parts where it just sounds jarring, and there's like, again, like from a transitional standpoint, it's a little bit all over the place.
Have a couple of things to say.
Go for it.
First of all, I liked in the beginning those dinking sounds from the bolt sniper rifle.
Ah,
So,
yes.
Yeah, I think it matches very well.
Hmm.
But at the drop of the song, guys, I should say that sounds kind of strange for me. I didn't know how to explain this, but
You just think it sounds like it's all over the place. It's very jarring. It's not really like clean and concise like you would see from other syncs, I guess is what you're trying to say.
yeah, something like that.
Okay, gotcha. And this was one of the earlier submissions in the competition. I think if this person took a little bit more time to, like, there'll be entries that have the issue of like doing too little at a certain amount and then rushing at the end. This was one of those that came out, I think, too early and could have been modified a little bit better, so it had the opposite issue. So I think that's what happened here. So we should move on to now 47th place. So 47th place and another first-time competitor into the mix, finishing 47th with a grand total of 30.6 points. The Irishman, the Alpha Nomad. Now, I gotta say, I'm not sure what this game is. I have never seen this game synced before. So from a curiosity standpoint, if anybody knows this particular game, feel free to let me. Oh wait, no, it says it's Naraka Blade Point. I think that's the game. Yeah, Naraka Blade Point.
I
So
believe it's a battle royale. No.
I'll be
think so.
honest, I have no idea. It looks like a single player game, but I'll be honest, I think it looked pretty cool. Like that. This competition has a bunch of people syncing new games that I've never really seen before, but I think this particular issue scored as low as it did because, I mean, with this particular game, while it is cool that we're seeing a different game, the issue is the lack of variety with the sync. And you could see throughout the sync, a lot of the same guns are used for quite different beats. In particular, the woman with the grenade launcher there is, while it looks so damn cool to look at, like with all the cannons shooting and everything, but it is, it's safe to say why it's pretty hard for people to sync this particular game. And I think that from a variety issue, I think you could add some more variety if there's any more different sounds. I could see that he tried to add a little bit of variety, but I think it's just this game is just way too difficult to do that when it comes to the competition. But I think that one of the biggest things with this particular syncs is the audio mastering is pretty off, and I think that from a mastering standpoint, it kind of sounds like it's all over the place.
What I could say, and the thing that took the most points for me in this particular sync was the use of the cannon itself, because Ghost and stuff usually follows what I put in my review. It follows a kick, hi-hat, and a snare pattern, and the grenade launcher itself, it only sounds like a kick, and it's throughout the entire song. It works, but I couldn't put a good score just based on accuracy itself, because you were pretty much just overlooking that fact from the song itself. The sounds, yeah, they were all over the place. While the cannon was on, I only could hear the cannon. The secondary clips, the best I could do was the one on the bottom. And another thing that I can add is that at the drop, I don't know if you chroma keyed or you got the clip of the girl, the Hello Kitty girl dancing in the middle. You could have used that to represent the beat itself, I think if you could have left the cannon to one side and another gun or something that could have been used as a snare to the other side, and put the hi-hat on the top, that would have given the video a much better flow than what you did.
The audio, it needed to be cleaned up a lot. It needed less distortion. It seems like you just threw your clips in your editor and then completely left them unedited, didn't even clip them down or fade them out, transition them out smoothly. And it's very choppy too. I mean, there's some effects here, but they're not very smooth. And you know, it's such a high-ranking competition. The standard is so high this year around. I just felt like this was lacking a lot of, like you said, variety, and as PGS said, it's a lot of the same. It seemed like it was a lot of the same thing over and over and over again. And the lowest that you scored, it seems like, was in audio. So I think that was really their biggest weakness.
Yeah, pretty agree with the rest of the judges that these things lack some variety because there's pretty the same clips all over the time. And my biggest issue with this thing was the audio nightmare. I think the audio mastering is pretty bad. There's a lot of garbage noise in the sync, especially with the canon parts.
Yeah, I think if the audio was cleaned up in this particular sync, it definitely would have scored higher in this particular case. So I think that I think the main focus for you, Mr. Alpha Nomad, would be the first thing you would focus on before adjusting the variety issues, at least when it comes to syncs, would be to focus on the audio mastering and give it a good look over and make sure that you have some more variety of different sounds that kind of match up with the certain beats and stuff like that. And I could see that he made a really good attempt at trying to take a game that clearly lacks a lot of variety in that regard and making something out of it, which I do respect, you know, because I don't think I've seen any other sync from this game before. Like, this is definitely a first time for me, and I think this guy has a lot of potential to make that work in the future, and I think that Alpha could make it happen if just given a little bit more time to really clean up those audio issues, and I think he's going to do great. Now we got to move on. Next sync, finishing in 46th place with a grand total of 34.3 points. We have Mr. PP Cetel, aka the former Lanix AOU, who competed a little while ago, I believe in season 6, and definitely wowed us with some great submissions. And I do have to say, this submission, in terms of song choice, by far, it's my favorite song choice. The song itself hits so different when it's like 2, 3 in the morning, especially just the pure overdose of sound. However, the reason why this sync kind of ended up the way that it does is because I think audio mastering was the biggest issue with this particular sync. And I think that this syncer, I respect this syncer for trying to go for probably one of the more difficult songs in terms of syncing. Like, these kind of songs are incredibly hard to sync, especially from an audio mastering standpoint. So at least from me, I would give the complexity of this sync a very high score. However, the execution of the sync is basically what needs most of the work, in particular the audio mastering issues.
Yeah, not gonna lie, PPC Tell, in audio mixing, it was a complete 0 for me. The start was great. I could at least hear the guns, but anything after the drop, it was just lost. The song fluctuated between a normal audio with the guns and just bordering ear rape to the point where I just couldn't hear anything but the song. In the accuracy, I gave you 1 point because of the guns that I could hear at the start of the sync. And for the effects and theme, I gave you a score, a decent score, because it was good. It actually translated good the punch of the song. Being I don't know if it's hardcore, I have no clue, but it's just the effects were. I think this is a case of the effects being too much, because I kid you not, after I finished reviewing your sync, I actually had to step down for like 2 or 3 minutes because my eyes were actually hurting because of the power of the of the color correction.
I mean, I'll be honest. I actually kind of like. I mean, maybe this is just me personally. I love the over edit, and like visually. I mean, while everybody's getting a seizure from looking at it, me personally, I love over edits, especially when they're executed like fantastic. And in one particular part of the sync, one of the best parts of the sync, in my opinion, was the 206 part. Was like it was one person actually described it as ear candy, which interesting enough, it sounded like ear candy. It sounded great. But then just again, after that, it just falls in that same issue of like just inconsistent audio mastering, and that's where this sync basically kind of fell apart on all years. And honestly, in my opinion, I think it's a real shame too, because this song was an awesome song. I might sync this myself. It sounds really fucking cool, and it's a very and to his credit, he took a very risky song. This is very difficult to do, and he put out a sync, so it's pretty cool. So I think just cleaning up the audio would be the biggest thing.
I absolutely loved it. Again, with the audio, the audio is what really, I think, killed this sync. This could have been so good. I loved this style. This is, I mean, to me at least, it looks like old high octane syncs if he were still making videos and he took acid and made a sync. I mean, this was awesome. This was sick. All of the transitions, the way everything flows with each other, plus the combination of all of these insane psychedelic effects. It looked great, but I mean, like everybody else said, almost all of the guns, especially like after the first drop, it just seemed like they were completely mute, and they were overshadowed by the music a lot. And even I remember in some sections, I'm looking back at it now, the music actually completely overwhelms all of the guns, and it actually increases volume. Like, I'm listening to it on YouTube here. I have it on almost the lowest volume. Even during these certain sections, I think it's the blunderbuss from Advanced Warfare, audio spikes like crazy, and you can barely hear the guns. The music is just too overwhelming. But I think you could have had a very high scoring sync there, but neglectance to audio really stole it from you.
So I'm on the complete opposite spectrum here. This is like these types of syncs are just not. I'm not a big fan of personally.
Fair enough.
And so I'm very on the opposite spectrum where I'm just like I like being able to see the guns, and like that's what brought a lot of points down for me, was that like the effects were great. I will say this. I think that I was kind of impressed by how much was going on, and I'm like, I was sitting there watching it, and I'm like, how were they able to render this? And so I'll give them that. But also on the other side, it's like I want to be able to see the guns and then also hear them at the same time. So again, audio mixing was also a big factor for me as well. But yeah, I think for me, it was just like I don't even know half like what was going on, like half the sync. So that's what brought it down for me for sure.
I think in this case, it's more like a visual sync instead of a gun sync.
Yeah.
Because it was mentioned the audio mastering problem. If audio was mixed well, I think it could be one of the most high-rated syncs
I agree.
at this round.
Yeah, especially like with the song choice, like we've been talking about. Like out of all the syncs, this song choice is probably my favorite song choice out of all of the syncs we've seen. Like unironically, like this song was such a great choice. I love the over, like if it's done correct, like the overexposed audio, overexposed like music, it is so cool. It just sounds so badass and so amazing.
It translates really good the experience of it in a rave, where they play these types of songs.
Oh yeah,
and visually you can see that the sync itself, it's actually decently synced. Like the guns come out at the same time the beat comes out, but it's just the fact that you cannot hear them that actually affects the score itself.
Yeah, I think that
that was the best way to put it by Toverniak. Is it's a visual sync. It really is a visual sync. If audio was down, this probably would have been in first place. If this was like Jabber Turtle level audio, this would have been awesome.
Yeah, and I would say that also some of the gun I'm gonna throw this out there too. I think some of the gun choices for some of the beats I think were personally lacking, and compared to what PPCtel has done in the past, I think that this is definitely a step down gun choice wise. Like where some of the choices were really good, but just some were also like not really that good. So from a consistency standpoint, I think better gun choices for certain beats would have been better as well. And I think that that's some of the things that I would work on in this particular entry itself. So with that, I think we can move on to our next one. Finishing in 45th with a grand total of 37.3 points, finishing about 3 points ahead of PPCtel. So with a 37.3, we have Senko. Senko is a first-time competitor in this competition, and I do gotta say, I like the sync. It's pretty good. The fundamentals, like the basic fundamentals, are there. I think that one of the biggest things with this sync, why it's scored so low, is just a byproduct of like the expectations of syncs in this competition. You know, if this were like a normal upload, you know, you're normally uploading a sync, then this would definitely pass as a good sync. However, you know, you got to keep. I think in this particular case, it just feels kind of bland, a little bit. I don't want to. I'd say just kind of not really like anything special. Just seems like an average sync to me.
Yeah, I mean, for me, a couple of things has this thing suffers from. One of them is repetition.
Mm-hmm.
The first half and the second half don't have a lot of differences in between. Like the latter half has the EM1 show. The first half has the dual sync with, I think it was Destiny on the left side.
Yes.
But one of the glaring issues, at least for me, I could hear them really if I actually just pull my headphones towards myself. Some guns were way too quiet, to the point where I don't know if it was in the actual sync or it was the song that I was hearing. That would be the only two glaring issues, and well, the lack of color correction as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Everything that PGS said, I agree with. Big thing for me was the Destiny sound, or the Destiny sounds, lack thereof. I feel like I think it was really cool that the at least I think the pack or the view that he chose for Destiny kind of matched the AW one, so I thought that was pretty cool. But again, I just could not hear the sounds for it, and even kind of replaying it back now, I can like some of the suppressed sounds for AW, the AW section, I can barely hear. Like the link sound is so much more pronounced compared to the rest. And then once that TAC 19 hits with a kick, you hear that way more compared to some of the other sounds. So it's like I think there's just some audio mixing issues there as well. And also I think the color correction could have been some color correction to give it some more like atmosphere and like make it a little more moodier to match the song. That's what I think. I like the song in general. It's very chill. Mm-hmm. But in comparison to a lot of the other songs that were used for this competition, I just don't think it would have made very far.
Yeah, I think that the song choice is definitely one of the biggest themes of these competitions as the years go on, and I think that it is notoriously very difficult for chill syncs to do very well, but I've seen a couple chill syncs do great if they're done right, because I like the theming behind it, and I think that potentially it could have a lot of promise, but it's notoriously very difficult. You put yourself on the back foot by choosing, at least in my opinion, at least as like a beginner sync, if you're using like a chill song. Obviously, you don't want to go out of your way to do something that's way too far out of your comfort zone, but I think Senko, you can push the issue a little bit or try something a little outside the zone. But I think that Senko being a early syncer, in his stage of syncing, I think he's got a lot of opportunity to grow. And as a fellow American, I think that maybe I'm showing a little American bias here, but I think that the good old American, he's got the good old American firepower in there somewhere. So I think that he'll figure it out, and I think that he's gonna create even better entries as the years go, as time goes on.
Yeah, as a final commentary for me, Senko, you have the accuracy and you have the mood. The transition, the use of Advanced Warfare and Destiny, as you put it, Juan, with the same background, it's actually a really good thing that you have for the actual mood of the sync. Like the mood and the accuracy are on point. It's just the audio mixing and a couple of other things that could really help you out in the future.
Yeah, I think he took advantage of that, like the background in Advanced Warfare, and he was able to mask it. It actually looks quite good. That is one thing that I didn't even think about mentioning, but I think that's great. So, good job to you, Mr. Senko. I think you have a very bright future, and I think if you keep it up, you're gonna get even better as time goes on. So,
Can I just quickly add about chill syncs in general?
Go for it.
At least with chill syncs, I think in order to make, especially in this competition, to make a chill sync successful, you have to rely heavily on your effects and your color
I think so.
as well, on top of your audio, because in terms of your accuracy, there's not much that you can do besides repeat a lot of the same beats and notes. And so that's kind of like, I think that's kind of a big theme with a lot of the chill syncs here, is that the effects side of it, the effect side of your sync, it does not match well with the with your audio. And so I just think, like, especially for anyone in this competition and going forward, I think that's for sure something that sinkers should think about.
Yeah, especially when it gets to the later stages of the competition, when it's like you're up against, like, if you get in the top 24, the other sinkers are probably going to be going very aggressive, trying to do a song that's a little bit outside their comfort zone, or something that's fast and furious, or something that's but something that, like, just sounds really good and sounds really appealing, or they just have the visual editing of a god, which we'll get into later. But I think that refining all those elements and putting them together is the way to go. So with that, we're going to move on to the 44th place sinker, and we're not even halfway through this list so far, and we are well into this video so far, so we'll try to go a little bit faster if we can, but at the same time, I think that we're just enjoying the moment here, and getting through all these guys for this competition is a fantastic way of going through everybody's sinks. So with that, 44th place belongs to Mr. Jam Sinks with a grand total of 41.5 points. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this is Valorant he's playing, correct? I could be wrong on that. I'm not sure if that's Valorant. If it is, let me know.
At the very beginning?
At the very beginning, yeah.
The beginning, it seems like Valorant.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, I for one like the. It seemed like he was taking some risks with some of the sounds, like if they didn't sound correct or not. Like you could tell in the beginning, he was trying to use the reload sounds and some throwing sounds to kind of emulate some kind of, like, it's weird sounds, but it somehow matches. You know, like you could see he kind of took a little bit of risks there, which I kind of like the attempt. However, this particular sync, I think, is having some audio issues in particular, where it's just not very balanced. The very beginning, you can hear clearly what's kind of going on, but then it takes a pretty reasonable drop when it gets to the Infinite Warfare part in particular with the sprays. I think that's where, like, the song choices, it seemed like he just defaulted to the sprays because he didn't know really where to go with the rest of the song. That would kind of make sense. And I like the effects. The effects are really cool. I like how it's really smooth, really compact. I think he has the effects down pretty much, but I think, once again, audio mastering is one of the things that I think really that lowered the sync down to where it is.
I agree on the audio mixing. I think it was especially all over the place. The first part, it's not Valorant. It's a different game. I don't know exactly what it is, but
interesting.
The audio mixing on that was I think it worked. Like, the weird kind of muffledness of it worked for that part of the song. But when it got to the sprays, I think it just started becoming all over the place. I do like the colors in here. It's kind of the opposite of what Stealth was saying with that High Octane comment. It's like if High Octane was kind of like, if he had like chilled out for a bit and didn't go too crazy with his effects. So that's what the sync really kind of reminded me of, those kind of colors. And I was just reading the description as we were just talking about this, but apparently this is his own song. Like, he made.
Wait, really? That I did not know. That's actually okay. That gives me a little bit of bonus points. I'm not gonna lie. Anybody that puts their own song, that's actually kind of cool.
I didn't realize that either until just now.
It takes balls to sing your own songs.
I like it.
The song is actually quite good.
So not only did he spend the time to sync the song chosen here. He created the song for himself to sync. I have to give him a lot of credit there. I did not know that initially. I mean, I don't think it will necessarily give bonus points in terms of like the execution of the sync itself, but I think that, you know, what it could do is I might be interested in some of his music to sync. It sounds, and honestly, it was a pretty cool song. I liked it. I thought it was cool, but I think that that in general, again, you know, he's a music guy, and I'm not necessarily as dedicated of a music guy as DJ Sinks over here, but I think that he definitely has a bright future in the gun syncing world if he just hones in the craft a little bit more and just balances out that audio mastering. And like I said, big bonus points for choosing a song that's, in my opinion, rather risky, I think, to sync, because it's his own music, and usually I've never successfully seen anybody make a sync with their own music like this. I think it was pretty damn good.
There was an overabundance of effects, especially on the second drop, that really took away from it. A lot of the effects were mostly linear. I've been following this guy for a long time. Some of these syncs that he's made are really good, especially Don't Wanna Know Why by God's Warrior. That sync was badass, and I think that something like that over this would have scored a lot higher, just because of, I guess, the smoothness and how everything transitioned into each other.
Yeah, the execution.
It seemed like, yeah, exactly, execution. And like the other guy said, audio just seemed, for me, it seemed very inconsistent, especially when transitioning through the different packs, because, you know, every different pack has a different sound design. So to not compensate for that, it just creates a lot of alteration, and it's just kind of distracting for me, at least. Yeah, I guess I was expecting a little bit more. I don't want to sound like an asshole.
No, you know, considering you've seen this guy before, you know his potential, he could have definitely did something more, is what you're saying.
Absolutely. Some of his other syncs are so much. I don't want to dog on this one or anything, but there's so much. The standard of those syncs over this one is so much higher. They're so much better.
I see.
I think that they would have scored a lot higher than this one. But I think that's awesome that he synced his own song. I did not know that. I didn't even look into the description. That's badass.
Yeah, that's pretty damn cool.
He might be the first person in the competition to do that.
The only other person I could think of that maybe would have done that would have been Blue Leaf, but I'm not sure if Blue Leaf did it in competition before, so I think that this is a first for sure. Does anybody else have anything else that they want to throw in there?
CC, for me, it was actually really good made, really greatly made.
Nice.
But yeah, the audio mixing after the first drop, even when it hit Modern Warfare Remastered, it was just all over the place. I could barely hear the sprays. I could hear the beat, but anything after that, it was just ups and downs completely. But I do like the position of the guns. The quad guns is actually quite nice. Doesn't take away from any one of the clips.
So well done to Mr. Jam Sinks, and this is his first time competing in the competition. I would love to see more of this guy too, because his potential, I'd say, just like Stealth, based off of my first initial viewing of what Jam Sinks can do, seeing that I've never seen his stuff before, he does have enormous potential, this guy. So we move on to our 43rd place finisher with a grand total of 46.9 points. We have I'm Just a Gamer, also known as iJag, and a little fun note about Mr. iJag that most people might not know about Mr. iJag. He has been competing in Kings of Syncs since Season 2. Since Season 2 he's been around. He is a old school syncer, a veteran, and you could tell with this particular entry that, in my personal opinion, wasn't anything like special, but I just think that it was a pretty decent all-round sync altogether. I would say that I was hoping to see a little bit more from I'm Just a Gamer, but from just a normal average syncing standpoint, I think he nailed his mark. But I just think that with this particular song, it started out pretty good, but then there was just a little bit of potential that could have been thrown into the mix, but it just was not.
This sync itself, I think it mostly looks like a regular upload. The drop itself, it's quite nicely made in terms of effects and the flow itself, but for me at least, a lot of the guns were a little bit too quiet, especially the hi-hat. The XM7, I think it is in real life. The second to last near the shotgun in between the kick and the snare. But yeah, for me it was just the accuracy itself is good. The product itself is good, but it's not how can I put this without I don't want to sound like an asshole as well. Compared to the other submissions, it doesn't differ a lot from a regular sync that you can see in any other day.
I think overall the sync it's a pretty decent sync, like just on its own. But again, putting it up against like the rest of this competition, like it doesn't really stand out per se. I do like the view. I think the pack that they chose was really nice. Audio mixing could have definitely been better for the most part, especially during the chorus, the spray part. I felt like the sprays specifically were a bit too loud. And then again, like what PJ said, the silence, the hi-hat could have been turned up a little bit more as well. There was some gun choices that I was just a little iffy on, like the deagle as like the snare. I thought kind of it worked in some areas, but I don't think it worked in the chorus for me. And I think what really brought it down for me also was like the hard cut to the chorus, like at I don't know exactly what the timestamp is, like 107 ish. Like right there, it just there's no transition. It just goes straight into it, and I felt that was really jarring. So I just think like there's just a lot of like cleanup things for this sync that really brought down points for me. But overall, I think if there was a bit more attention to detail, I think it totally could have possibly made it to the next round. But that's what I think.
Yeah, and I think that this is pretty vintage iJag in terms of like he's very good at making pretty good submissions in general, like good enough to be like a good sync. But I would say to Mr. iJag, I think if you try to go outside the comfort zone a little bit, maybe you don't have to go too crazy with your effects if it's too risky. But I think that I would try to experiment a little, see what you can come up with, and do something a little bit more with the entry to get it above the just a little bit above average hump. Because I will say this competition, the average score of this competition of like the sinkers has drastically gone up. So I would say that in this competition, it's the above average sinks. They're the ones that always excel and always do really well. So I think that if he experiments a little bit more, I think you got to go out there and experiment a little bit more, because you got the basic fundamentals. You've been in this competition a long time, and you could definitely get something out there that would definitely wow us. I know he can do it. So it's good to see you still competing after all these years, Mr. iJag, and I got to give you a huge thank you for coming out and doing this competition in the first place. So, and especially since he's been around since season 2, which is a pretty wild fun fact. But anyways, let's move on. We are now moving on to 42nd place. And 42nd place with a grand total of 50 points. We have BCL Sinks. And I believe that after this competition is over, BCL is, if I'm not mistaken, de facto retiring from Gunsync. So I believe this is his last KOS submission that we're going to see, unfortunately. But I will say I love the visuals in this sync. It's pretty cool, like the satellite and the some really cool like it was a visual masterpiece in its own way. But I think one of the big issues with this sync, right, in particular, is it takes about 23 seconds to get anything kind of going. And again, the theme with it seems like it's a visual sync kind of deal, instead of a full-on gun sync, because there were some things that could have definitely been improved. But there's a lot of great things about this sync that I do like that I'm going to throw out there first. First off, the typography is really good. I love the typography with the text. It is really clean, really smooth. I love the astronaut visuals in the background there. I think that it's pretty cool, and I would say pretty much all of these benefits are boasting from a visual standpoint. Some of the gun choices are pretty good, especially towards the beginning. I really like those. And then the audio itself from the drop, it looks like there's just so much going on, and it looks really cool. But while I think it could get cleaned up just a little bit, I think that it's just the biggest issue, in my opinion, with this thing compared to the other entries. I think that really brought this down, believe it or not, in my particular case, would be variety. I think that it may look like there's a decent amount of variety going on, but in reality, in my opinion, I think that variety is one of the things that killed this sync. And then the abrupt cut, it seemed like there was an abrupt cut at the 150 mark with the RPG, and it seemed like the song was still going, and he was switching visuals, and I'm not sure if he forgot to switch those out or if that was on purpose, but it just seems like it's a little bit unfinished, in my opinion.
Well, the story was good. Now this thing is something that I talked to Escape as well. It's the fact that it wasn't made by the syncer itself, by UBCL. It was the actual music video for the song, which in on itself, I took it as something that the syncer itself, it's a tool that the syncer used to make this sync. So for that, I was just qualifying it as if you used that video. So it was a tool for you to make the final result. In on itself, it actually works really well. It sets the mood, sets the tone, and actually keeps you entertained for the duration that while you wait for the sync to start. In terms of accuracy, I would have chosen the XM1014 instead of the SS08. I think it is the Scout in CS:GO. Just because I don't know. I think that that sniper rifle has a little bit of a delay, and the start of the song is purely just kicks until you start with the Modern Warfare 3 part. The visuals itself for the guns actually go quite well with the space theme that the song has. And for the rest of the sync, in terms of audio mixing, it was a little bit over the place during the chorus itself after the drop, especially the USP. It wasn't heard that well, but for me the most glaring thing in the video was the end. From what I heard, Soles has a kind of a DNB, a drum and bass style beat, but the how you sync the last part, where you can actually hear the drum and bass, kick, hi-hat, and I think it's another instrument, and the snare, you only synced it in a pattern of kick, hi-hat, and snare, which is just the shotgun for Black Ops 3, the USP as the hi-hat, and I think it was a shotgun from Valorant as the snare. You can actually hear what the actual song sounded like and what you were singing, and for that it actually took a little bit of points out of your accuracy part. And then after that, I would say that the theme was good, but I think that what flag is it? I'm crap with
that. Is the Philippines, good sir.
Philippines. Yeah, I don't even know the flag of my country.
Nice.
But yeah, I think that the Philippine, the Philippine flag, I think it came out of the blue. The theme of itself was space, and I don't know, for me it broke a little bit of that mood that the sync had.
Yeah, it did feel like it was kind of like out of place, but I thought the addition of the flag was kind of cool, showing a little representation there. I think it's cool. However, PGS, you're quite the Peruvian patriot. If you don't know what your flag looks like, I just got to throw that out there. Quite the patriot you are. So
I know it has two colors. That's all I know.
Nice. I guess that's a good start.
For me, a lot of this, obviously, we talked about a lot of I think the audio mixing during the chorus was really what brought down a lot of points for me. Like the sync starts very strong, I think. I like Escape said, it does take a little bit to ramp up to get there, like 27 seconds. But once it started, I thought the sounds were pretty good, and I was really kind of feeling it up until the chorus. I think the way I would describe the chorus is it's very overstimulating. I think there's a lot that's going on, especially with the colors, the effects. The colors just kind of clash with one another. So in my opinion, it doesn't look like very appealing. when it comes to the warp perspective, I think in general, warp perspective, I don't like this isn't just a BCL thing. I think especially in some of the other listings competition, just kind of broadly, warp perspective just rarely ever works for me because I think it's used a lot as a crutch because it just kind of looks cool, but there's nothing. There's no like Stealth said. There's not a lot of substance to it.
It's just there to fill an effect kind of quota instead of
exactly
fitting the theme. I see.
Exactly, yeah. And so that on top of like the mixing in it, I think the Black Ops 3 sprays just sounded so much louder compared to like the Rainbow Six in the middle. There was just a lot of, I think what I wrote down, there's just a lot of bass in it, and so it kind of like clashes with the song too. And I think like it just sounds like all over the place. It sounds like very like a lot of the sounds just like blend together. I think the Filipino flag was a nice touch though. I will say when I was watching it, I did laugh a little bit in a good way. I thought that was really funny. But overall, I just think there's just a lot of things that just clash together, and the chorus especially just kind of just falls flat for me. Which I was kind of sad about because I really wish this like sync really was able to stick the landing, because there were genuinely some really cool ideas here. And I think if there was some more time, like if there was more time to put into like refining some of those things, I think this really could have actually made the second round, at least for me.
Yeah, I would think so too, and that goes along with the point of it just feels like it's a little bit unfinished or a little bit rushed, where there could have been more added to it to kind of push it over the edge. Where it was there, like it's a great sync still, but I think that a little bit more could have been done to really put it in that okay, it's ready for the next round, you know. So it's now time for 41st place on the board, and 41st place with a grand total of 50.6 points. We have the DDR Dancing King VTC 1999, and also on the retirement end as well. I believe VTC is retiring after the sync as well. And we've seen VTC in the past do these DDR syncs while they're really cool and really good. And I must say, I like that he added the dance crew in there too. I thought that was a pretty nice touch. A little team dancing action right there. I think that was pretty sick. I like the choices of going through the different games and stuff like that, but I think that the reason why this scored as low as it did is because, you know, we're not really going to get quite surprised this time by the DDR syncs anymore. You know, we've seen them before, and it's kind of like I would say a downgrade compared to his other DDR syncs that he's done. The only addition that I think that was more than the last time was that there was just more dancers, in my opinion, and maybe a little bit more variety with different games. But I think that while the dance moves are really good from the whole team there, I think that the sync itself had suffered through its fair share of issues. I think from an audio standpoint, I think that VTC definitely rushed this particular entry just to get it out. While I respect him getting the entry out, of course, compared to what we've seen out of him in the past, this is definitely a downgrade.
Yeah, if I could add, the audio mixing was a little bit all over the place, especially in the Modern Warfare 2 remaster parts. I could hear some guns very well. I couldn't hear another guns just at all. What I could say is that the complexity of the sync itself is actually, for me, it was quite nice because it was tied to which dancer was on the floor.
Oh yeah.
VTC had Infinite Warfare. His friend had, for example, Modern Warfare 2 Remaster, and so on and so on. And as soon as they switched, the game switched.
That's actually a cool touch. I didn't even notice that. That's actually kind of a cool touch. That was a cool thing. Nice.
It was actually sick. I would have liked if he could have shown, like, for example, I don't know. I would have liked if, for example, I don't know, his friend, the second one, the one that had Modern Warfare Remaster, I don't know, he told him he chose that game. That would have added so much more to the, in my opinion, to the impact of this thing. Like, for example, he's showing, I don't know, his friends' best games or best Call of Duties that they like.
That's cool.
I don't know, that for me added a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm not sure if any of them were, if two, at least.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure if they're all.
I don't know.
I have no idea if they're Call of Duty players or CS:GO players. As a matter of fact, it looks like one of them is a hardcore CS:GO gal. I'm not sure about that one. We'll have to see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I get because I'm just terrible at CS:GO. So I could be completely wrong. Shut up.
I have to say that I really like the sync. It's kind of strange song in my opinion, but it's I think it fits really well with, especially with the CS:GO parts. I don't know how to explain this, but it strangely fits very good.
It just seemed like CS:GO and Modern Warfare 2, especially like the M4, it sounded very out of place. I thought that Infinite Warfare, and I thought that Black Ops 2 was an absolutely great pick for the song. It matched the song. The song is a little bit weird. I thought it was a good sync, but if you chose maybe different games and cleaned up your audio, your sound a little bit better, I think this would have scored higher. But it's that inconsistency in these different games that changes so broadly that really takes away from that, makes that difficult to actually master that.
So I would say, Mr. VTC, before we wrap up this particular submission, thank you for another veteran in the field that's looking to retire. We hope to see VTC in the future, maybe in a judging role or something. But you have shown us some great, fantastic submissions, and I believe he's made it to the finals once before. So we wish VTC the best of luck as well, and F in the chats for all those looking to retire after this is over. But big thank you to VTC for his contribution to this community, and really cool way to wrap it up. Seeing the DDR syncs and stuff.
Especially in the Vietnamese side of things.
Yeah, I think he was actually one of the first syncers to come out from HK15 Gaming, if I'm not mistaken. So I think he's been around since Season 2 also, if I'm not mistaken. So with that, we move on. We're getting into the top 40 now. The top 40 has been reached. We're about an hour in, maybe a little less, a little more, but depending on the editing. But we are now in 40th place. And in 40th place, with a grand total 1 point ahead of VTC, finishing with a 51.6. We have 4K233, who had a pretty interesting opener. Did take a little while again to get this thing kind of going, but I think that was just the lyrics of the song that this particular person was doing. So they focused a lot on there was a lot of focus on the topography a little bit in the beginning, but I feel like just in the particular song choice, in my personal opinion, was the thing that kind of dragged the score down for me a little bit, at least when you look at the beginning. But another big thing that I would probably be very critical on would be the audio mastering. Some things were just inconsistent. Some things were quiet. Some things were loud. And I think that 4K 233's got to focus on the one big thing I think that 4K should do is just really focus a lot on the audio mastering of this sync.
It's 118. As soon as the drop starts, it's just bass. No beat, no secondary beats. It's just that one part at least just gave me a big hit on the accuracy department, because after that he does go and sing that same part with all the beat and the secondary gun sounds on top of it. I don't know what happened there, because it was such a bowling decision. I couldn't figure out why that one part was just left with only bass. But after that, I can just add a lot of audio mixing issues. Some guns, for example, at the start, the reload part in Black Ops 3 with Black Ops 2 and 1 on the beat. No, Black Ops 2 on the beat. The XPR50 was fine, but then the L96 was just nowhere to be found. The snare on the song actually took over the sound of the gun. But after that, yeah, some of the parts at the end, the Modern Warfare 3 parts and some sprays were also quite low.
I love this song, like, in general, so I kind of had a little high expectations going into watching this. Overall, I think I actually really like the reloads a lot. I think there are in some sections of the song, the reload mixing could have been a little better. Like, especially my favorite part was the first Black Ops 3 Reload. I think personally, I thought the mix with that was perfect. Going into the build up though, I think some of the reloads were just kind of a little out of sync to where the spray was, and then even going to more into the build, like the reload was just a little too loud compared to the song. And then going into like the drop, the chorus, the sprays just weren't loud enough. I think the drop kind of falls flat because it doesn't really hit. There's not a lot of impact going into the drop. And like PGS said, like the syncer just missed a lot of notes, especially with the secondary beat, but then also syncing the same beats like later on. So I just think that needs improvement, and more could have been done with the effects as well. I really liked the BO3 section at the end. I don't know if that's just the pack. The pack just focuses just on the red and everything else is great, but I really love that. I don't know. I don't think the rest of the sync is color corrected, so it could be that the pack is just like that, but I thought that was a really nice touch. And I wish there was just some more polish to it, because I also did notice there was some resample issues here too, which also brought my score down. But I think in general this thing just needed a little more polish for sure.
One thing I really do like is the Minecraft box towards the end. I thought that was a kind of a nice touch at the end there, just to add kind of like a little extra substance to it. I mean, in my case, I would probably put my score up, at least for me. I like the little extra substance in the end, but I think that just all together still kind of sounds a little wonky when you add that. And I believe there was a frame skip or two in the sync itself during that last part there. I could be wrong, but I think that there was a couple things that this sync could have added that could have maybe unlocked more of its potential. And I think that you could see like where he seems to be trying to experiment a little bit more, like he was experimenting a little bit with the Minecraft box there. And later in the video, there's going to be an example of someone that does it extremely well on the other hand, and we'll get to that later. But I think that the use of the Minecraft box, the music box, I think is a nice touch altogether. We're going to go on to 39th place. Making his return to the competition after being in it the last time. With a grand total of 53.3 points, we have Mr. Feeds. And Mr. Feeds has been a long-time competitor. He's been around for quite some time. And he's... I like his style of syncs. His song choice in this particular one was by far his best one, in my personal opinion. I think that the scoring in this particular case is just a byproduct of there's just such a competitive field out there, and it seems like he kind of did something similar to the last time, except in my personal opinion, compared to his other entries, I personally really like the usage of Black Ops 3 in this particular song. I really, I mean, it does take a little bit to get going, but at least we see a little bit of him trying to, edit some small stuff in the sync in the beginning, while it's not just a blank screen or just some words. Like, you still see stuff going on. But I really like how Mr. Feeds tried to make the most of this song, and I think he did a very good job. But I just think that ultimately the sync kind of gets really drawn out, and it seems like in this particular case, he synced 4 minutes and 50 seconds, and we notice, I would say, in my personal opinion, is the reason why most people try to go with the shorter route of syncing is because you could do kind of more without it sounding as repetitive, and it's very difficult, especially nowadays, to create a gun sync that is longer than 4 minutes, or even 3:30 is pretty long, but longer than 4 minutes. That just doesn't sound like it's drawn out so much, where it's very difficult to keep the viewer like really engaged in gun syncs to begin with. But I think that when the longer the sync is, it's a little bit harder to do so, especially in this particular case. And there are very, very few examples I'd like to cite as syncs where they went on for that long period of time and they were successful. For example, Blue Leaf's infamous 10-minute gun sync that Blue Leaf won with in Season 4. That was one of the few entries I think I've ever seen that went on for 10 minutes and it won the competition because it was just consistent throughout the whole 10 minutes. And in this particular case, consistency throughout the Black Ops 3 part was pretty good, but I think once it got to the Advanced Warfare part, the consistency just kind of fades a little bit and could have definitely been worked on a little bit better, in my personal opinion, when it comes to gun choices. And even in Black Ops 3, I'd say there was a lot of kick guns that may not have fit in certain cases, but this particular song, it fits good in a lot of spots, but there's some spots where it could have been taken out and used for something else. But because this song seems to be a lot of like drum and bass, this particular song, so the kicks work for a good chunk of it, but there's other parts of it where maybe you could have added something to kind of support the kick instead of just going to the go-to kicks, because he used 3 or 4 shotguns in that particular spot. But that might be me just being overly critical, but I think in this particular case, song choice is great. The overall audio mastering is not bad. It's not that bad at all. I think it's way better than a good chunk of these entries here. I think that the biggest thing, in my opinion, that hurts the score is it just feels like it's dragged out a little bit too long without as much substance in some areas.
Yeah, 4-minute syncs are a tricky thing to do, because for you to hit that 4 minutes plus of syncs, you either have to do a really good song that has different drops, but also you could go for the route of making a mix, which is what most people usually tend to go for. But speaking of the sync itself, I think the biggest glaring issue in the sync itself is not the accuracy. Well, a little bit is on the effect side, but mostly has to do with the complexity. It's, for me, it's too repetitive. For the sync, it starts at the 42-second mark, and then it's just shotgun and a reload, shotgun reload, shotgun reload. For I think it's around the time of 1 minute and 20 seconds ish, when the secondary clip comes up. Then it's just beat and a couple of sprays. Like, I think it was 2 guns in Black Ops 3 and 1 gun in Advanced Warfare. And for me, what it could have done a little bit more for the sync, at least to switch things up, is add a little bit more sprays. Try to go for different notes that the guitar itself has. And yeah, most of all, in Black Ops 3, what I would recommend, usually the pattern for making a beat is usually KRM, the pump shotgun, the MR6, the pistol with a silencer, and the SVG 100. That SVG will make your snare really pop out. It's such a good weapon for the beat itself. But yeah, after that, the Advanced Warfare part, I think, yeah, it felt a little bit apart, especially with the audio mixing. Some guns I could hear, some guns I couldn't, and just a little bit more of color correction.
Yeah, I completely agree with PGS. He really hit the nail on the head with those points. I wasn't really a big fan of the first, like, literally just the first the first like 40 seconds of it just a long section of just the guns being idle. And he even like cut to the song as well in that section. I think rather than, and maybe this might just be a personal a personal thing, but I really wish he would have just, or the syncer would have just synced that those cuts to to a reload or a gunshot or something, rather than just cutting it to the idle animation of the guns, because I feel like that's where I kind of got lost a little bit with the build-up. Aside from that, I think the sync itself was fine. There wasn't really nothing really I would say special about it. It's very, I think I would describe it more as like a pretty average kind of sync. I do like how saturated the color correction is, but I don't know if it really works for this type of song that he used. So I just think the sync is just kind of average. Oh, and also no fade out at the very end, which that kind of bothered me a lot. But again, that might just be a personal subjective, like, for me.
I really like this one. I thought it was super low key, super catchy. The song choice was really good. and the reloads sound so crisp. And your gun choices too were great. I really liked. It's a little bit different, but I really like the combination of the Argus and the Brecci. I wish there was more here though. It was very repetitive. I did like the low-key style nonetheless, but like I said, just repetitive. And the Advanced Warfare part didn't really help much because it was really only the same 4 guns. I just think you could have had a lot more here. I did think that the auto was relatively clean, but when you lack that kind of variety, there's not really a lot of opportunity to express how skilled you are at altering that audio and making it sound more polished, like in a multi-game sync, making a multi-game sync sound super consistent the full way through. So yeah, really, in summary, I wish there was more. I feel like there could have been. Nonetheless, I did think there was good submission. I thought the guns were very accurate, very good choices, and I liked it. I did like it.
Finishing in 38th place with a grand total of 53.4 points. Literally a tenth of a point ahead of Mr. Feeds, finishing in 38th. We have Mr. H1D3M, one of the Russian sinkers in this competition. And I do got to tell you, compared to H1's initial submissions that he submitted in the past, he has really come a long way, and he's got a lot of great potential, and I really love his choices. I mean, I know there's the whole EM1 overusage meme that people have mentioned time and time again. While that argument could very well be used in some particular context, I actually really like the EM1 usage from HS1 here, just as H1 here to start it off. And I think that he did a great job with this this particular entry, but I think that where H1 kind of falls a little bit here, I've noticed the scoring is a lot on the, I would say the technical, maybe the technical complexity side. While it's the song is pretty good, we don't really see like a huge jump in substance, you know, like compared to some of the other sinkers out there. And maybe the audio could be cleaned up a tiny bit more. And I think that in general, my personal opinion though, I don't really got too much good or bad to say about this sync. I think that this sync is definitely one of H1's best syncs I've ever seen him do before. So I think that this is definitely a good building sync for him to really build off of this, in my opinion, build off this success. And there's little bits of nitty-picky things that I could mention, especially about the EM1, where I think there's a little bit of an EM1 usage that's over the top, but I think that in the beginning, I really like the beginning usage, but I think that by far one of H1's best submissions so far.
Well, I'm gonna say that Mr. H1 made a huge progress from his previous entries and his previous things at all. I like the song choice. I like how the Advanced Warfare clips fits the song, but the thing has the audio mastering problem. I missed some audio fades on some clips. He could make the audio cleaner, I think. Also, there's missed bits in this thing, and little volume balance problems, and of course some frame drops. But it still is a good entry.
This is definitely a big step up for Mr. H1 for sure. I agree.
I thought overall that was a pretty good sync, pretty decent. I did like the EM1 usage. I agree on that 100%. I think the EM1 kind of works here, though I do feel like it's just slightly a little too loud. But that could also be my ears. I think the effects were serviceable. I'm just framing that straight from my notes, but they're just kind of okay. Nothing too crazy. Like the shaking on, like especially towards like the drop, was pretty all right. And mixing was a little bit all over the place. Just some things are louder than others. Also accuracy. Last point, accuracy. I think there it was some notes were just a little off. I think there was just some guns that just started later than the beat, which I noticed while I was watching, and I was listening to it and watching it. But overall, I just think this is just a pretty good, like decent sync for sure.
Yeah, my opinion, by far, this is H1's best entry he's ever submitted to us. So great job for Mr. H1. I think that if he builds from this, he's gonna have another banger of an entry, especially if he enters into KOS 8. and builds off this. I think he's gonna vastly improve. So with that, we move on to 37th place with a grand total of 54.3 points. We have one of the goats of the Gunsync competition, Asimo, and I love Asimo. When I'm about to say this, I hope Asimo doesn't torch me too bad for this, but unfortunately, I do have to say, from a brutally bitter standpoint, I am brutally disappointed in how this entry came out. And it could have been like the song choice that he made. Maybe he just made it just to say, hey, I made an entry and stuff. But, I mean, his audio is fantastic. Asimo is one of the best syncers in the world to make simple syncs godly, where he specializes a lot of, like, Battlefield. And Battlefield is definitely one of his strongest suits. And there are other entries that have moved on to the next round that go with the very simple yet effective entry, but it's just that this sync is just way too repetitive for the 1 minute, and it just seemed like he just put it out there just to put it out there, and I'll be honest, it's pretty brutally disappointing.
The audio mixing and the accuracy on Asmo's sync, it's really good. He hasn't changed a bit since his first projects when I first knew him. But yeah, it's just sadly the sync itself is too plain and not that interesting apart from the obvious use of really nice arranged clips and both black screens on top of bottom. But yeah, compared to some projects that Asmo has made in the past, this was, brutally speaking, because on God, I'm just happy that he's still alive. He's still pumping out syncs.
Mm-hmm.
It was really disappointing.
Yeah, and considering that he created 0 Day, which is one of his biggest entries I think I've seen, I think that was one of his best works, like from a visual standpoint too. That shit was awesome, and he even synced like the background to that. He made it to the finals several times. He is a KOS finalist, and brutally honestly, I would just expect a lot more from him.
It was a very nice, very chill sync, great sounding guns, perfect volume, and really just overall a good vibe. And outside of the competition, I would love to see some more content like this from Asmo. But it really feels out of place in the competition.
Yeah, and I think that's really tanked the
personality. Yeah, it has a lot of personality, but not a lot of character, not a lot of variety. Variety, that word's mentioned a lot. I've noticed in this competition.
Mm-hmm.
Really
it is a theme.
It seems like it's a lot of copy and paste. I did like it, nonetheless. I thought it was a great sync. But the standard is so high this year. And like you mentioned, Escape, the score, the average score, and the expectations and that standard, especially in terms of effects, is so much higher than a sync like this.
Yeah, and
again, not to dog on. I thought it was great. I thought it was super cool. I really like the song choice.
No, me too.
But especially the design of the different masked clips, that was super cool. But again, a lot of copy paste, very repetitive, and it's hard to score something on the technical complexity and composition part of that, especially in effects and theme. And that's really where he suffered a really big point loss.
Yeah, I think that in particular, this entry for me would have gotten perfect score for audio mastering. Definitely one of the best audio mastered syncs in the competition, but just again, there's competitors that have made simple yet effective syncs that have moved on to the next round, and we're going to get to that later in the video, but I think that, this is just way too simple. If you just added maybe a little extra, maybe a little bit more guns in the background, maybe if he kind of did a little something to make it more interesting, then I think he would have definitely moved on to the next round just from his audio mastering alone. But I think that it's just unfortunate that it was too simple. But big fucking shout out to Asimo, man, for submitting something, because we miss this guy so much. He is, no matter how much we crucify this particular sync, it's because we hold him to such high standards, and he is one of the goats of the gun sync world. And the fact that he's made a comeback just to make this entry, big respect to Mr. Asimo. Big respect.
Yeah.
So with
he was the king of Battlefield 4 before Jerail.
Oh yes, absolutely. Before Jarrell, before
That's a very good point. Yeah.
and Battlefield is a very strong game to sync. I've noticed a lot of entries starting to go to Battlefield because the audio in Battlefield sounds so crisp. It sounds really good. So
Exactly. And you have that variety from all those different guns.
absolutely. So with that, we move on to 36th place with a grand total of 54.8 points is Kazoosh. And while I admit I'm a little disappointed that this sync did not necessarily move on, because I think that Kazoosh has made a vast improvement compared to where Kazoosh was in the past. I think this is definitely Kazoosh's best entry yet. I'm going to go over a couple good things I really liked so far. I'll start with one of the great things that I like is the weapons choices are really good, especially the hook. I think this is Valorant. I think there's like a hook. I really love the usage of that. Swinging it around, it sounds really crisp. It sounds really good. The audio mastering is pretty good on this piece, but I just do think that this particular piece gets a little bit repetitive as the song goes on. So if you cut this in half and make it like a 2-minute sync or whatever with just the one drop, I'll be honest, I think this would have scored even higher, and this would have been an incredibly competitive sync to make it to the next round. And I think what killed this sync, in my opinion, was just making it as long as it did without, because like if you could make it 4 minutes, add the substance, and make it like a little bit different, show a little bit of like progression in the sync, show that the second part is like a banger too, show that it's not just repetitive. But I think that this sync would have had a great chance of moving on. I think you either cut out the fat in the second half of the sync, or you add a little bit more substance to the second half. But either way, really good submission all around from Kazoosh.
I really like the theming of this sync. The song itself is pretty good. I've never listened to this song before. Before watching the sync, and I thought it was really good. I agree with the weapon choices; they were all very good. The audio mixing, I don't know. I'm going to assume that it's an intentional choice based on the song, but a lot of the gunshots sounded very like kind of muffled, a little underwater in a way. That's the way I wrote down in my notes, and that's the way that it kind of felt like to me. But that kind of bothered me a little bit, though. I do also understand that it's like probably was based on like what the beat of the song itself. So it didn't bring down too many points for me. So I get that. I really liked the fake out towards the end. Like I think Kazoosh did this like fake out where the song stops, the sync stops for like a few seconds. I was like, oh, it's the sync is over, but there's like like 30-ish seconds left, and then it picks it back up again. I thought that was really cool. Outside of like the first like minute of the sync, the effects kind of wear out for me. So even that fake out towards the end didn't kind of falls flat as well, because there's not much that is being done with the effects outside of like the overall theming. And the overall theming is very good, but there's just nothing interesting outside of that. So let me rephrase that. There's nothing more interesting going on outside of the initial like kind of overall theming of it, and so nothing interesting is being done like as the sync goes on. And it's like, again, we talked about this earlier, where you kind of you have to justify your sync being over like 2, 3, 4 minutes long, and with this sync being 4 minutes, I would say for me, I kind of got lost towards the middle. So yeah.
I really like the sync. I like the song choice. I like the style of the sync. I love this red lyrics at the top of the screen. I like the gun choice. The audio mastering is pretty awesome, but it's kind of repetitive, I think.
And I think that's what that's what kind of dropped the sync down quite a bit, was how like I said, you could have cut out the fat and make it a 2-minute sync, and that probably would have scored this even higher. And again, the gun choices, I mean, in terms of Kazoosh's syncs in the past, this sync by far has the best gun choices for Kazoosh that I've seen so far. So great job from Kazoosh all around. Very good, solid score. This is nothing to be ashamed of whatsoever. Like 54.8 is a huge improvement from last time in terms of the presentation. And again, you know, we're getting to that point of the competition now where we're inside the top 40. And even inside the top 40, we've barely gone through half of the syncs, but just everybody's on like an incredibly high skill level. So you fix those little bits of things, and you're right in the competition right then and there. You're right in it. To our 35th place finisher, who finished with a grand total of 55.5 points, and whose nationality we may or may not have gotten wrong during the initial opening sync. It is not a Russian syncer. This is a Vietnamese syncer named Dayfuck, who also did Virtual Riot as well. And I gotta say, this is a very solid entry. I really like it. I think it's good. And I really like the weapons choices are really good. Sounds really smooth. It sounds pretty good all the way around. Audio mastering is pretty decent in my opinion. I think that with Dayfuck, one of the probably the lower aspect of the scoring, if any, would maybe be the technical complexity to some extent, at least when it gets towards the middle part of the sync. However, I think that this is a good entry all around. I really like the Advanced Warfare part in terms of the gun choices. I really like the Battlefield choices, Modern Warfare as well, getting thrown into the mix. But I think that this is one of those just a little bit above average sync, and definitely Dayfuck's best submission so far, by far.
For the sync itself, it's quite nice. I really like that song. That's another song that I added to my playlist because of this sync. But the only things I could say against it is a couple of missed beats at the end and a little bit of the audio mixing. But in terms of the meat itself of the sync, really good choice at the start with Modern Warfare 2019. It's actually really punchy. The song itself is just the kicks and the snares were on point. The thing also with Modern Warfare 2019 is the guns, actually you can feel the recoil through the screen, and it's actually one of the best games. Not as well, it's the best out of the new trilogy that actually translates that punch of the guns, and it actually works well with especially beats. On the Advanced Warfare part at the end, what I would say is just change a little bit. You should have changed the EM1s on the top. You should have, not you. In my case, I would have changed those for sprays. And at the part where you use the grenade launch, the grenades, the shoulder hand grenades on Advanced Warfare, I would have used the EM1s there, just because they actually bring that whoop, that punch that the WAPs themselves have, especially for the WAPs that Virtual Riot is actually known for. But after that, Jesus Christ, the Battlefield 4 M320 on point with the actual song.
For this sync, I think overall it's very decent. I think what really brought down a lot of the points for me was just too short. I think just for it being 1 minute.
Fair enough.
I think I wish there was just more. Like, it was just, the mixing was great. I think the mixing was very good. I wasn't sure if I think the only other thing with like mixing and accuracy and game choice was just Advanced Warfare, the Advanced Warfare sections. I wasn't entirely sure if they really, like, if the sounds really hit for me. So the volume could have just been turned up for those parts. I really liked the Modern Warfare sections. Those sounded perfect, amazing. But overall, I just wished it was longer.
Yeah, interesting that you say that. We've been talking about how syncs get dragged out and are too long. There are some that are too short as well, like where the minute is like the minimum of how long the submission has to be for it to be a valid submission. But at the end of the day, 1 minute and 10 seconds is still a pretty short submission. So you really gotta nail it home if you're gonna have a really good 1 minute submission. It's gotta be like a god tier 1 minute submission. But overall, I would say that this is still a very strong submission. This is definitely Dayfuck's best submission that he has put out here so far. And he's been in the competition for a while too, and this is by far his best work. So well done. I think that this is a very respectable finish as well. As we get ready to move on to our next competitor, finishing in 34th. With a grand total of 57.4 points, he was the first person to submit a sync throughout this competition. He needs no introduction other than the fact that he's representing himself, the anarchist Strange. And this submission was pretty strong from Strange. I think I love the pacing of this sync is really good. I'll be honest, I think that considering the effects he used, maybe his topography in the beginning could be improved a little bit, to be completely honest with you, but that's me just being a little bit nitpicky. But his audio mastering compared to the last time he competed is way better. And I mean way better. Huge jump up compared to what he did the last time. I think that it's a very huge improvement across the board. But I think the real things that kind of made this sync potentially miss the mark would be a little bit of I would think the audio mixing could use a tiny bit more adjustments to really make it go over the top. But the first part of the sync is great. I like the Overwatch choice, especially for the beginning, as it reminds me a lot of Blue Leaf back in Season 4, and as well as Season 6 when Blue Leaf competed again. Because we know that Overwatch, when done well, is a very strong game. But I think that when it gets to the second drop in particular is when it gets really cool. Of course, we see the return of what we like to call the goated Jayton Sphere, which is an effect that was used all the way back in Season 3, which is really cool to see. And I think that if Strange cleaned up a tiny bit more on the audio, this submission would easily pass into the top 15, in my personal opinion. And I think that it could definitely move on to the next round. The one thing that I will say, I'm a little bit confused by the choice of the playing card effect there. A little bit of an interesting choice. I don't think it's necessarily bad. It looks visually appealing. It looks cool. Although, I'm not sure how that kind of goes with the song. In my opinion, we'll see that certain effects may go better with certain songs compared to others. And maybe this is me being nitpicky about it. I like the effect quite a lot. But it shows that like throughout the sync, there seems to be progression from the first drop to the second drop, which is kind of the stuff that me personally I'm looking for. But I think that overall, this is still a very strong entry. And again, it's very competitive competition here. So the little bit of mistakes could bite you, but I think that I love the Jayton Sphere. I love how the cards are kind of like split up towards the end there. It looks pretty cool. There's a lot going on the screen. Overwatch is a great choice for this game. And overall, very strong submission from Strange.
For his sync, I think a little bit of well, my main gripe was a little bit of the I would say audio.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of the audio was, I don't know, I felt like some guns were a little bit
Out of
quieter,
place.
out of place as well. Yeah, and well, overall itself it was good. The card at the end actually added a little bit of more points to the complexity for the fact that they were there. The theme itself, in my opinion at least, came out a little bit of the blue, but I can appreciate the show of skill to do that and actually add that theme into the sync.
I'm not a huge fan of the dubstep songs, but I think Overwatch fits perfectly with the dubstep songs. The gun choice as well, the accuracy is pretty dope. The color correction looks kinda strange for me, but that's not a big deal.
I guess from a personal standpoint, there was enough judges back in the day that really liked Blue Leaf's style, so I think Strange took one out of Blue Leaf's playbook there for the color correction, and then the audio mastering, as we've been talking about before, I think is the one little small thing that I think Strange could make, that Strange I think could really like hone in on, and maybe it's just the song choice with Overwatch, but I think that it is still a very strong entry and still a very good sync, and I think that if he adjusts the audio just a little bit more, then I think he's basically ready to move on to the next round when in KOS 8, when if he comes back again for KOS 8 and focuses on that audio, he's gonna do really well. And with that, we move on to 33rd place, and the scoring is starting to get really, really tight here. People are beating each other by like maybe 1 or 2 points. In certain aspects, it's literally like just little bits of point decisions and deductions get put out at this stage because of the tiny little small things, because there's no other way to really decipher which syncs move on and don't without these. But finishing in 33rd with a grand total of 58.1 points, we have another first-time syncer in the competition, Neikoko, who did a old school sync, like adding in some Skrillex into the mix. I really like people experimenting with some of the older kind of music, which is nice. We see people going through some classics. This is a very good first-time Kings of Syncs entry for someone that's never competed before, and has definitely beat out quite a few of the syncers that have had experience in this competition before. So this is a great first sync from Neikoko in this comp. I really like the gun choices. I really think a very unique choice that I'm going to throw out there is the ballistic knife usage. Shooting the ballistic knife from Black Ops 1. It has a very distinctive sound, but I kind of like that how that was used. The Doom part was really good. The issue, I think, with this particular sync that holds this back a tiny bit is the audio mastering consistency from game to game. I think lacks just a tiny bit. And I think that that's the thing with multi-game syncs. While it is, if you can nail a very good multi-game sync with great audio mastering all the way around, then it really propels your score. But again, if it kind of gets held back just a little bit, it could stop you from moving on to the next round. And I think that the audio mastering is just a tad bit all over the place in some aspects. Not too crazy, but it's enough where it's relatively noticeable inside the sync. And I feel like there's certain aspects of the sync, in particular, the reload sounds that happen from, I think, the 112 marker all the way to the 130 marker. It's just a bunch of reload sounds switching across different screens. And I think that, at least from a personal gripe, I'd say that it makes it kind of a little hard to follow sometimes, like if you're switching through the different games too often, it's not as smooth of a transition between the games. Just kind of like all over the place, especially where you could fix this just by doing reload sounds in the same game for a bit and then transitioning it a little smoother. And I think that that's where this sync falls behind the mark just a little bit. But overall, I think this is a very good entry, very strong entry. I really like his usage of weapons. It's pretty good. His Doom use, especially Doom, where Doom's one of the hardest games to sync, in my personal opinion. Very few people can effectively sync Doom, and this is a not too shabby entry from me, if I say so myself.
I thought it was good. I didn't think it was bad. I think it lacked substance. Like it lacked a lot of personality. The thing with multi-game syncs is it's hard to transition these games in and out of each other. So you really need to fill that void with some kind of transition. This could be a preset transition. It doesn't have to be super fancy. But there really wasn't anything that stood out. As for the audio, it just seemed pretty dull. Sometimes it was difficult to hear gunshots over the music. And, this is, again, with multi-game syncs, this is something that's always going to present itself with those multi-game syncs. A lot of the previous competitions have a lot of the other judges maintaining consistency in that, where multi-game syncs can be your greatest weakness because of the different levels of volume and differences in sound design between the different games, and you really have to be able to account for that. You can mess with equalization, something like that, and it really just seemed like you had that here. And to be honest with you, it just seemed like a big hodgepodge of a lot of different games put in one. It wasn't really too much consistency.
For me, the main problem of the multi-game syncs made in one line is the different colors of the gun sync packs. It looks a little bit strange and inconsistent, in my opinion. Also, making multi-game syncs in one line makes it harder to balance the volume of the clips. So there's another problem of one-line multi-game gun syncs without separation to different games on the different pop-ups.
Yeah, I would agree that it does look a little bit visually like jarring, and I think what you're trying to say is it looks visually like all over the place and jarring at times, going through different games very rapidly without a transition. think that's
Yeah, kinda. It lacks some transitions in where when switching the games, but overall, it's a strong one. I like it.
And honestly, I hope to see this guy again. I'd be happy to do a collab with this guy myself he is another fellow American, so I'd love to do a collab with you, Mr. Neikoko. Let me know if you're down, and I'd be happy to work with you as well and to work on your craft. But very good entry from Mr. Neikoko. Now we move on to 32nd place, beating out Neikoko by only 0.5 additional points, and with a grand total of 58.6 points. We have the only Taiwanese sinker that actually decided to submit an entry, whereas the other one DNF'd. This belongs to Snowflake. Snowflake decided to do a Modern Warfare entry, and I really like the visuals of this sync look really cool. I love the electric boxes that Snowflake put in. The topography is relatively clean, while I do not understand any word in Chinese whatsoever. I think that from a subtitle standpoint, I think it looks clean. It looks pretty good. I guess I have to work on my Chinese myself if I'm going to be able to understand what any of that means. Feel free to help me translate, but I do really like the transition at the 37-second marker. I love the transition between the big box and the small electric box. I think it looks really good. I think that is a After Effects plugin called Saber, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but it looks really good. The accuracy to sync is pretty good, and overall, just a very strong entry. My personal opinion, it's really good. So great job from Snowflake.
I don't know. I feel like the guns need a little bit more bass, because I think that in the main chorus, especially at the 0.55 mark, when they're all on the screen, when you have the guns on Scott that low, they usually all sound the same. So I cannot distinguish the kick from the guns at the bottom, the reloads. Everything just sounds the same. It's just tack, 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 tack throughout the entire thing. What I can give you a lot of praise is the visuals as well, because it's a sync in a single map with a single pack in a single game. Yet the viewer itself is attached to it because of the huge amount of lyrics, the custom designed portraits of. I have no idea who it is. I have no idea what anime is that or what it is. But what I can take from this is that Snowflake himself made the whole design.
Interesting.
And just plugged it into the sync itself. So yeah, that's massive points for the use of really good effects, really good designs, and the whole vibe of the sync itself is kept throughout.
I really liked how kind of cutesy it was. It's like the way I would describe this entire thing. The color was very the color correction here was great. I think the effects overall were pretty good. I think there's some parts where I feel like they could have done more with it. That's probably just a nitpick on my part. Especially since I would have just liked that first section to have been just colored a little more. I think overall, the gun choice or the game choice was a little off for me. At least with Modern Warfare being the main game for most of the sync. I just think it was, for me, I think it was just a little too bassy for the type of song that this is. Which for me, it brought down a good amount of points for. But overall, I think I really like the sync a lot. All the effects really contributed to that. They all come together very well. So I just think game choice was just the big thing for me to improve on.
So overall, great submission from Snowflake, finishing 32nd. This is the first time that we've had Snowflake in this competition, and I want to see more from Snowflake in the future. I'd hope to see Snowflake come back into the competition again. Definitely a bright future for that sinker as well. As we move on to now 31st place, we are approaching the top 30, where it's going to get pretty dicey on who moves on to the next round or not at this particular stage. If your name has not been called yet, that means you're in a very close position to moving on to round 2. But now, without further ado, we must progress. We are approaching the 60-point marker now. Well, maybe not quite with this particular entry yet, because this particular entry was a 59.9 score coming in from Aries. And a little fun fact about Aries before I really put the submission into the perspective limelight. There's a deadline time limit that goes into these syncs. This syncer submitted with 3 minutes left on the clock until the deadline was reached. Literally 3 minutes, which, in my opinion, is pretty wild. I am surprised that this was the entry that came in last minute. And Aries, this did not disappoint me. Definitely one of my favorite entries. I love the reload sounds. Were really well used in this particular sync. I love the little sound bar on the bottom. I love that the song choice was really good. Maybe there could have been, in my opinion, maybe a tad bit more variety with the different sounds, in my opinion, if I were to get really nitpicky about it. But overall, Aries has shown a very strong entry, and finishing at 31st ain't no small feat whatsoever for Mr. Aries. But I would say that there are, at least from a visual standpoint, it is basically almost perfect in some areas. I love the glitches, the glitch transitions. It gets a tiny bit choppy at the 1 minute and 2 marker, maybe just a tad bit. Maybe just it feels like the frames slow down a tad bit, but I just still think overall this is a fantastic entry, great song choice. I like the use of the red in the sync. It looks kind of cool, like you're in a video game. It looks pretty sick.
I thought this started out really strong. This is a super cool song choice. I've never heard the song before. The intro was so good, so cool. It was so on point, and it was such a great game to use for the song Infinite Warfare. And I especially like the small aspects, the little things like the details in the lower third, making it kind of look like an album cover, especially with the visualizer. I'm still trying to figure out how to use a visualizer in Vegas. I have no idea how. And rendering in 30 frames, maybe I'm the only one who noticed, but this is rendered in 30 frames. This really helps maintain that intensity of the song, and in a way it reminded me of, I'm gonna butcher the way to say it, Polizil by PPTCL.
Ah, yes.
It was a lot like that, but it had a lot cleaner audio, but still it suffered from some problems, especially on the drop, where it just sounded so distorted, and the volume was just, it seemed like it was too loud. A lot like
PPCTL,
Polizio.
yeah, PTCL, yeah.
Yeah. I can't say that. But, and notably at 36 seconds, where I actually had a lower volume because, it literally got jump scared because of how loud the audio increased. This could have been a very high scoring sync, and you just didn't have that because of that audio. And I already said it, but it's a consistent theme with problems with audio in this competition. I'm not sure if it's just from alteration and editing audio and cramming a bunch of effects into the audio. Sometimes it seems like it's better just to leave it alone and to just mess with equalization to even it out, make it consistent throughout the rest of the video. I did like the sync. I still did like the sync. You had, and again, at 50 seconds, I put on my notes here, you had the same issues with audio and the Black Ops 3 sprays at 59 seconds. And it seems like the Infinite Warfare reloads need more volume too. So really, to summarize, this could have been a much better, like I said, a much higher scoring sync without those small audio defects. And that affected the value that the sync presented a lot. But nonetheless, I did think it was a great sync.
Well, it's kind of good submission, I think. I like the song choice, I like the game choice, but I have some things that I didn't like in the syncs. First of all, the low FPS clips. I don't think that making things in 30 FPS is a good decision. Also, I can hear some problems with the volume balance in the sync. Some parts of it is louder than it should be. Some parts is quieter than it should be. And also very simply made drops from this kind of song with a way more variety of gun-sync packs, with a more variety of sounds as well. But overall, it's still pretty good submission, I think.
We now move on to 30th place. And now we're officially in the 60-point bracket. And the 60-point bracket, these syncs were, like, we're starting to get to the above average, like, really above average syncs. And there's, like, very small nitpicky things that would divide who moves on and who doesn't. And even then, it's, like, it's very close. But finishing in 30th place with a grand total of 61.2 points. From Russia, well, Kazakhstan, and now in Russia, we got Sarvagan, and Sarvagan did a classic song. In fact, I used to use this song quite a bit in my Funny Moments videos and some other videos in the past, and this definitely gave me a nice little throwback. And this sync is definitely a classic sync in terms of the how it's put together and the submission all together. It reminds me a lot of, if you guys remember, if any of the unks out there remember Train OW or Jarrail's old Counter-Strike moving gun syncs, and also
I was going to say the exact same thing.
And not to mention Nerdbox's moving gun syncs before they got even more advanced. And this, I mean, this is a great entry. I love it. I love the nostalgia from this sync. The CSGO sounds pretty good. While I think that some of the audio could get cleaned up a bit, but considering that there is so much going on at the screen at the same time, this is one of the best audio mastered syncs, considering that there's so much going on at the same time. And it's I really like CSGO with this because it adds to the complexity. You know, CSGO is not an easy game to sync whatsoever, so that to me adds to the complexity of it. I love the visuals, him moving around between different stages. Transitions are very good, and he keeps it pretty consistent throughout. And we get to see a little snippet of him playing the guitar towards the second half there. I can't quite tell how good he is at the guitar because I can't really hear him playing the guitar, but I think it was kind of cool. And the overall sync is pretty good.
The sync itself, he actually got even the position of the guns, like back, like how Nerbox used to do it, like how the Black Gamer used to do it.
Yeah.
It's just a one-to-one recreation of those old days, and I think the nostalgia itself, it's a good driving force, and the theme itself of the sync. The biggest gripe, as you also said, Scape, is the audio mastering. I feel like it's all over the place, especially during the chorus itself. I couldn't hear much at all. Like, I had to really squint my ears to actually hear what guns were sounding and if they were on synced accurately. But yeah, at the end, Sarvagan also flexing that he can play the guitar. I can play for shit the guitar, but it's an actually nice addition, and it's funny because I also had like some kind of idea, but I didn't have the skills. I still don't have the skills, but it's a really good executed idea that actually gave the sync a little bit more of it made it a little bit more dynamic throughout.
Like you said, man, this totally took me back. The combination of the Fat Rat plus the moving CSGO syncs, totally crazy nostalgia back to like 2017, 2016. But I would say, yeah, with the audio, it seemed like it just needed to be polished a little bit better, whether that's with equalization or cleaning up the distortion. I noticed there was a lot of distortion. With CSGO, it seems, at least to me, that there's a lot of distortion in those sounds that you have to go back and clean up in order to implement them well to, especially a song like this that's kind of, you know, smooth, easy going. But as for the effects, I know it's a moving sync. You really need to work on your chroma keying because a lot of the clips were, you know, kind of see-through. From me, that took off in the effects category. But honestly, I'm kind of biased towards it because it was nice to get a little throwback to those older syncs. But yeah, like I said, audio, it needed to be a little bit more comprehensive. And as PGS said, for me, it was hard to it was hard to differentiate those different sounds from each other, and it just kind of blended over each other a lot. They didn't really transition into each other very well.
Yeah, I will say I do really like the smoke usage. Like it was, I really like the smoke grenade usage. At least me personally, I thought that it was really good. Like trying, you could tell that Sarvagon is trying to experiment with different sounds to make him work. And while I do agree that a lot of the audio could be polished a little bit more, considering there's so much on the screen, I think Sarvagon still did a great job at putting it all together for the most part, where it still sounds like a comprehensive, decent sync. And I think if he cleans it up just a tad bit more, it's going to be even better. Well done to Mr. Sarvagon. Top 30. Great performance from him. That's his best by far. So now we move on inside the top 30 officially, and we actually have a tie for 28th place. So these two individuals each scored 64.6 points, and there's actually a big implication that has happened in regards to one of these sinkers. We'll get to him in a minute. Both of these sinkers were both on the late clock as a result, and if you submitted late, there is a point deduction for submitting late. And one of these guys had the bubble position, the 25th place position, and lost it because the submission came in late. But first, let's go with Mr. Aruli's entry. So tied for 28th with 64.6 points. We have Aruli, GS, and ENT. But we'll start with Aruli's submission. And this was a last-minute submission coming in from him. I really love the visual effects with this. It looks clean as hell. Very smooth overall sync. I think that one of the issues with this sync, I wished it was maybe a tiny bit more with this particular sync if I'm going to get super nitpicky about it. But overall, the breakdown of this sync is pretty good. I really like the accuracy of the sync is pretty good. The gun choices are pretty good, and I really like the color. I'm not sure if that was color correction he added in, but it looks really nice. It looks pretty good. But overall, a very strong entry from Mr. Aruli. So,
well, it's a pretty strong entry as for me. I like the variety of the clips. I like this light color correction. The accuracy is pretty well made, especially with the Infinite Warfare clips. It's awesome. But yeah, as Escape said before, this entry should be a little bit longer.
I think that Aruli's sync itself is really good. Audio mastering is actually top notch. I had one of two guns that were a little bit quieter for my taste, but I don't think that overall it wasn't that bad. I could still hear him over the music. But if I could grab something for it, it's just itself, some of the parts at the Infinite Warfare section. I don't know. I think that the use of single shot guns or single shot clips themselves lacked a little bit of punch, especially on high notes. Like usually, what people do in those parts is take a spray and put it in that section, so that way it can actually, it works better, at least for what I'm seeing and in my opinion itself, because I've tried to use that as well. But overall, I would say that either the color correction is quite low or non-existent, but at least I didn't feel a difference between the clips and the game itself, or if it had any color correction at all.
Yeah, and I think that Mr. Aruli, GS here, with the score that he did submit 1 day late, but this did not necessarily impact him making it to the next round or not. It would have been a 65-6, so only 1 point ahead of ENT in this particular case. But at the end of the day, very strong submission, good stuff from Aruli. I think just the small little polishes would get Aruli into the next round in particular. And now, to the other person in this tie was Mr. ENT, who ENT did a very old school song, Energy Drink. If you guys remember this song from years ago, it was synced a lot, and it's a very good above average sync. But I think that the issue with this particular sync is maybe a little bit more substance, in my personal opinion, maybe from like a CC standpoint or something like that, like visually. But overall, it's a very strong entry. However, unfortunately, This particular entry was in 25th place, but it came 2 days late, so that's a -4 on the score. It would have been at a 68.6, which would have been enough to get in the bubble position. However, the submission came late, so again, got to get those submissions on time, and in this case, unfortunately, it will cost ENT a spot in the top 24, and that's the case here. But either way, getting into the actual sync itself, I like Black Ops 3 as a choice for this sync. It's a very strong game for this particular entry, and it was very fast, very furious sync. I like syncs that are very fast, show little speed, it flexes the muscles a little bit, and I like that this. I just like the gun choices in this game are very good. Black Ops 3 as a whole was a great choice for this song altogether. I don't remember seeing a Black Ops 3 sync with this particular song that was this strong before, so it's definitely one of the strongest Black Ops 3 syncs that I think I've seen with this particular song.
Overall, I really like this sync. I think what you said about Substance, I agree heavily. I think there just could have been a lot more done with like the color, especially. Effects. There were some really cool ideas with like with the effects, though. I just wish there was some like, I think at like the 50-second mark, there was like the panels of like the different guns on top of like the little triangle diamond looking thing, the top left. That I just think looked kind of off because there wasn't like a drop shadow kind of separating those layers, which is kind of a nitpick on my part, but that's something that I noticed. Overall, the mixing was pretty good. Once more guns show up on the screen, though, I think that's where like the mixing just kind of takes a hit a little bit. Like a lot of the guns just kind of blend together, and so that was my big issue. Also, I did notice there were some resampling issues in this sync, but overall, like I think it's pretty decent. It was a good sync overall.
So I thought this sync was probably my favorite in the entire competition in regards to audio. The sprays were almost, I think, the perfect speed for energy drink. Plus the song too was just a complete nostalgia throwback to high school when I would blast this and We're Not Alone in Evil Game Boy. Well, maybe I'm a little bit biased. Maybe you get extra points from me because of that. I don't know. But you definitely hit a memory nerve. And I thought that your effects were good, especially on the smaller mask clips. I like how you use, got a little bit creative, different shapes and stuff. But I mean, the standard, like I said before with another contestant, the standard for those effects is so much higher than this, especially with, you combine with that your limited effects, limited transitions. If any transitions, you have those that lacking along with your resample problem that you have on the sprays, and that took away a lot of points in regards to effects, where you could have had a really high scoring sync, at least for me. But the small aspects of it, like the speed on the sprays, like I said, small little things like the PO6 at 127 that gave it some character. And I remember you talking about actually making the sync, how you turned off preview and you completely focused on audio. And personally, I think you absolutely fucking nailed it. I thought that the spray sounded great. But I'm just repeating myself at this point. But effects, I was really hoping for a lot more. But in terms of audio, I'm pretty sure I gave this I gave this a perfect score.
27th place now, so we're basically almost at the point where there's going to be some heartbreaks here, I think, at this point. It's just so close. The scoring is so close. This sync was literally 3 points away from moving on to the next round. It was at a 66.7 points. And it's a very good score. And I can see why this sync ended up at this point. And it makes a lot of sense. So without further ado, finishing in 27th with 66.7, we have Captain Isaac. And I love Captain Isaac's song choice with the game that he selected. I think he's the only person that I've seen ever sync unturned. And I think what really carried this sync the most was his audio. The audio of the guns sounded really good to the song. It reminds me a lot of like how Battlefield sounds so crisp, but it was just, in my opinion, while it's simple, it is incredibly effective. And I mean incredibly effective.
The sync is itself made pretty simple by visuals, but the audio is the winning part of the sync. I think there could be a little bit more color correction. The sync without color correction is looks kind of simple. That's still a very solid submission. I liked it very much.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say the sound design of the song is what carried the submission as far as it gotten, and it's really good. I think I would say Captain Isaac should sync this game more. He could definitely make it a niche kind of sync kind of deal, and it would make sense because he's the only person I think I've ever met that has synced this game before.
There's nothing wrong in terms of audio mixing and the accuracy itself. A low score for me was particularly the fact that it was repetitive from the start. Like the drop, the
true.
chorus itself is the same as the first audio loop. Like the AK and the what's a pistol? Hold on. I'm turning my head upside down to look at it. Well, it looks like a shotgun and a pistol. That combo stayed the same throughout the entire thing, and I think it's more of the song itself, because those types of songs usually have this repetitive beat and well, bass and instruments in the same place. So there wasn't that much that could have been done at that side, but in terms of accuracy and audio mixing, it's top notch. Like I can actually hear both guns, hear every single gun, and it actually sounds like the guns are pitched. I don't know if they are, but the song itself carries the sound of the gun and actually makes you think, well, here that the sound of the gun is the same as the song itself. But yeah, I think it has to be more with the song than the sync itself. But for me, the complexity part was a little bit low because of that.
So we now move on to 26th place. This is officially the first guy out. I mean, at this point, 26th place is basically the heartbreak position at this point. It would be 25th, but I think that, you know, given the wait list stuff that I got going on now, 26 is now the de facto heartbreak position, and the scoring is close. And I mean, it's close. Between 26th and 25th, there was a 0.3 point difference. 26th place with a total of 67.4 points. We have Arise GS, and he was so close to moving on. Absolutely close, and I'm absolutely gutted for this guy because he put up a great entry. I mean, Arise's entries have gotten better and better and better as time goes on. His gun choices were fantastic. I love his choices. He tends to do a lot of multi-game syncs with some nice juicy variety in there. I really like it. I really like the he did like the split screen effect at the 26-second marker, which reminds me a lot of the 8-man sync that was done a while back. I really like that. It's pretty cool how it's like split screened. His transitional phases between each games are just fantastic. His note accuracy is awesome. I love the gun choices he made, and it was just so close to getting to that next round. But
I thought he had great audio, great consistency. I thought that he could have had more effects still, more transitions. Not to nag on any that he did have, but for it to transition and flow from each pack to one another, it didn't have any saturation, bleach bypass. And maybe that's just me being nitpicky. I'm kind of biased towards that sort of stuff because that's how I make my syncs. But nevertheless, I thought it was good. I thought it had good audio, and it was a pretty solid submission.
I am probably I'm probably on the opposite of everyone here, but I wasn't particularly like a huge fan of this sync. I think there's just a lot going on here. For me, like everything just kind of happens really, really fast in this sync. In terms of audio, I also wasn't really a big fan of. I think there were some balancing issues, but I don't know if that's because the games are going on like right after each other, like in such fast succession that it just sounded like things were much louder than others. I do agree with Stealth about the effects. I think there's a lot of I think more could have been done with like color, especially. But again, I think that my biggest gripe with this sync was just how fast everything was going for me, at least, of like the ultimate abilities, which I thought was really cool. But again, aside from that, it's just so everything just happens really fast here.
And with that, 26th place goes to Arise, and I'll be honest, I'm gutted because I've been playing some repo with this guy quite a bit recently, and he's been in this competition for quite some time too, and he's knocking on the door of that spot. And I think he competes again. He's got it. Honestly, I think he's going to get it the next time he competes, and he's definitely at the door, moving on, and just still a very strong entry, by far his best entry I've seen so far. I have not seen Arise do a better entry than this so far going into any Kings of Sinks competition, considering he's been in it for quite some time now, and his improvement has been absolutely vast from his previous competition. So well done, Mr. Arise. And now at this point on, any name that is being called at this point on, from 25th onward, you are moving on to the next round, because while 25th place is a de facto waitlist position, one of the top 24 that's already moving on is not going to be submitting from the competition. I will not reveal who that person will be at this stage quite yet. However, the 25th place person will be de facto taking that person's place. So in effect, the 25th place guy is going to be moving on to the next round in replacement of the top 24 guy that is going to be more than likely dropping out, as I've received in DMs through the news. But look at that. 67.7 points is the benchmark. 25th place and the first person to move on to the next round, round number 2, after so much trials and strife and everything put together. It has been a long road for this sinker, but Mr. Ragdizzle, you done it, good sir. You have made it to round number 2. Excellent work, Mr. Ragdizzle. You've been so close so many times, and this submission was pretty good. Yet again, Mr. Ragdizzle going with, I would argue, the more, I don't want to say the more simple route in the beginning. It seems like it's going to be a simple sync. But then when the 50-second marker happens, it seems like he puts in some nice effects to get the mine rolling to start out. Decent topography. I mean, maybe the topography could be improved a little bit if I'm getting nitpicky. But I really like the effects as they get into the 130 marker, when things start to kind of move around a little bit, and it just looks like there's a lot going on, which is nice, but it looks clean and concise. I really like it with the fade in the background, and it's pretty damn cool. And this is Ragdizzle's best work by far, in my personal opinion. He did a fantastic entry. He gets a pretty good high score in general from the majority of the judges here. And in terms of the breakdown, if we look at some of the breakdown, I would say that his gun choices were really good. I would imagine that if I am to be nitpicky on what the sync is maybe missing, I would say maybe a tiny bit more variety. I'd say that would be something that maybe I would look to potentially add going into the second round, and I definitely would step up the effects a little bit. But in terms of like if you're gonna go into the second round, but the audio mastering is pretty good, gun choice is pretty good. I like the modern. I think this is Modern Warfare. Is this Modern Warfare 1? Modern Warfare 2?
3.
This is 3. I'll be honest, I can barely tell the difference. It's crazy how similar they look.
Yeah,
but
Modern Warfare 2019 looks the same as 2 and 3.
Yeah, but I do really like the gun choices he made. The game choice is very good. The song choice is great too. I really like that. And it's, again, strong sync. Very good stuff.
So I absolutely love this song. I don't remember if it was last KOS or was it the year before, but I think me and Ragdizzle tied. So it's great seeing that he made it to the next round. So props to you, first of all. I think the sprays were definitely the strongest part of the sync. I really like the way he it visually looked. Though I think just in overall, I think this might be a nitpick, but I think I was also kind of iffy on it. was just the game choice. I think a lot of the sounds from Modern Warfare, just all throughout the Modern Warfare series, especially Modern Warfare 3, they're all very bassy sounding, and I feel like this song specifically is very synth heavy, and I just don't think it necessarily works. It doesn't necessarily pair up very well, but I think overall the accuracy was pretty good. And there was just, I think it was just some overall the mixing was pretty good, was pretty good as well.
I liked it. I'm pretty sure this song has been synced at least 100 times in the community. But I still thought I thought it was decent. I think the gun sounds weren't very pronounced on the drop, just because of like Zell said, it's just kind of part of the game design. And it seemed like the music overwhelmed them in some spots, particularly on the drop. But I thought it was a really cool design with the animated scenes on the second drop. I think you could have made the animation a bit smoother on them. Anything's better than having them move linearly, but it's still a creative effect. I think it would have looked a lot better with some fast/slow animated keyframes, you know, just to spice up a little bit, polish it, give it that, I don't want to say professional, but I had to say professional, give it a more professional look. But aside from those small critiques, I like Escape said, I think it could have used a little bit more variety. It was kind of a lot of the same thing, especially on the drop. And it was a lot of the same work perspective and stuff like that. I think there could have been a lot more here. But really, I think effects could have been improved the most over anything else. I think audio was okay.
And with that, Mr. Ragdizzle, congratulations. You are de facto moving on to the next round, so awesome stuff from you, Mr. Ragdizzle. And honestly, well deserved. You've been working really hard to get into that next round. So with that, now we go to 24th place, which is, I would have said before the one person dropped out, the de facto first person moving on, but for ceremonial sake, the 25th place is going to be the first now in this case. But finishing in 24th place with a score of 69-4, we got one of the GOATs of the Russian gunsync community, Aimvis, aka, for those that don't know who this man is, this is the classic Jerail since Season 2, and we see exactly why he's one of the GOATs of the gunsync community, and it is because simple, effective, and precise. Battlefield is such a great game, especially for these funk kind of songs, and I have to say, this song is an absolute banger. It is a banger of a song. I love the choice. I just, this sync is great. While it's not necessarily like anything complex, anything crazy, but this is, again, what we talked about in the past. Like with Asimo, if you go too simple, and it's too simple, it's not effective enough. But when you go simple, but it's effective, this is the product that simple and effective is what we're looking for. It is very strong entry while it's simple, but I think it gets the point across. Maybe some small effects, nothing too crazy. I'd maybe make a couple of adjustments on the effects side of thing, maybe visually a little bit, but honestly, I really like this entry. There's not much that I would add to this that makes it look, even better than it is, because this particular song choice and the Battlefield choice with this, like the weapons choice, is definitely what carries this sync to the heights that it does.
I really love this thing. The gun choice is awesome. The accuracy is quite brilliant, I think. It made simply by the visuals, but as you said before, it is made simple but very effective. And I'm very happy for Aimvis to made it for round 2.
I feel like I'm watching an evolution of Asmo. Jerail actually takes me quite a bit back of how Battlefield syncs have been done for the past almost 10 years ish. His accuracy at some point, the volume mixing is amazing. Even though I had quite a bit of a challenge here in the the respawn beacon. I actually had to listen to the song itself to differentiate between both versions, and yeah, the pitching was on point. I mean, it took me that long to figure out that the way that the song itself sounds in the sync itself, it's because of Anvis himself, which actually speaks volumes about the quality of the pitching and the volume mixing. Because usually when you pitch something, it sometimes can sound a little bit off, and it has been heard on past things, especially the ones that use the Modern Warfare 3 Scrambler, the original Modern Warfare 3 Scrambler. But with Jerael Anvis, it's just no difference. It's really that close to the source material, and that's actually really, really good. It's simple, but it's good, and it's really, really great on the departments that you actually have to get a great sync overall.
Yeah, I love Jerael's work. He's been around the competition a long time. One of the best in the business. As we've said, he's one of the best Battlefield syncers we have. Definitely, him and Asimo are probably my top 2 all time, like goated wise. Maybe throw like Tubbsy in the mix as well, since he did some Battlefield also. But I think that Anvis, this is just top stuff. Like his audio mixing is second to none. Just absolutely awesome. Like beautiful, great stuff. And I will glaze this guy all day long if I must, but it's I just love his song choices, and his audio mixing is great. Also, I'm a big sucker for funk music, so this stuff is great. So with that, we can move on now to 23rd place. We have officially reached the 70-point bracket. So at this point of the game, 70 points, if you got 70 points on this gun sync, I mean, you're in a really phenomenal scoring territory. Especially like 70 is really good. In contrast, even last year, this 24th place guy got 72 points, but this time was a little bit lower. But we're starting to see a lot more sinkers get to that 70 and 80 point range. So the average scores are going up. So anybody that scores in the 70s is a phenomenal sink. So with that, 70.1 points and a first-time sinker in this competition. Although this guy's been sinking a while, but it's his first time in this competition. The solo Japanese representative, Life Sound Studios, the Splatoon 3 sync. And I'll be honest, in terms of variety, I think it's the best one in the competition. I think variety, in terms of like the amount of sounds that are being used and the audio mastering with it, it is absolutely fantastic. In my opinion, I think this should have gotten a higher score, but that's just in my personal opinion. But at the end of the day, this is absolutely fantastic. I love how this dude incorporated so many different sounds from one game. I have never seen anybody use this much variety in a game before, and it's fantastic. I love it, and this is the only Splatoon 3 sync I have ever seen. I actually remember first watching this guy just before the competition. I invited him to come compete in this competition because he's got some amazing potential, and this guy showed exactly why. While visually, I'd say maybe like there could have been, like maybe the CC could have been changed a little bit to make it the color correction a tiny bit less bland. But however, I mean, he more than makes up for it for the more of a huge amount of variety that he adds in. There's just so much going on, but it sounds really good, and it is fantastic. And I've personally become a fan of this dude's Splatoon syncs. I'm definitely going to watch more of this in the future. But I can count like 15 or 20 different like sounds within like one game. I've never seen anything like it before. It's fantastic. The variety is definitely the best part of the sync by far.
So, kind of like how Escape was saying, there's so much variety in this sync. For me, it was a little bit hard to follow, but I did think that it was relatively synced well. It's difficult for me, somebody who hasn't played Splatoon, to differentiate the different sounds. Very unique masking, how everything kind of masks over itself. This is something that I don't think we've really seen in this competition.
As someone who has been playing Splatoon since the first game, I watched this sync and I was actually blown away. I think this is the first Splatoon sync I've ever seen. I've actually wanted to sync Splatoon for a long time. I've never got around to doing it. But this sync, to me, is probably my favorite, like my personal favorite, because it's such an oddball, like out of nowhere kind of game compared to the rest of the competition. And like both Stealth and Escape said, the diversity in the sounds that Life uses here is amazing. Because at least in the game, there's so many types of guns. There's so many types of sound effects. Just from I noticed like in the sync that they use specific sounds from specific game modes too. That you have to go back and forth just to even access those modes. And also, there's a whole section in here that is specifically, I think it was towards the 2-minute mark, I believe, where he used like this. Oh no, it was 2:20, 2 minutes and 20 seconds in. That entire row, that entire section was all recorded just on the recent DLC mode in the campaign. So I really admire like the dedication to using as many sounds as they could, and it works. I think all the sounds are so cohesive. And I think the one thing is that I just really wish there was more color here, like more in terms of CC. Just more, it was just colored. I just wish it was color graded more. And even though he's going into the next round, I think what I really worry for the Sinker, and I think in order for this person to succeed, is to branch out of at least the Splatoon music. I think it'd be a really cool challenge for the Sinker to use Splatoon sounds for other types of music outside of the game, because the song here is original music from Splatoon.
Ah.
So, which it works in its favor. As someone who's played the game, I think the sounds work for the game. But I think in order to get far in the competition, live sounds would need to branch out of the Splatoon music, and I think it would be really cool to see this Sinker use Splatoon music for other types of music, and I think that's where we're gonna see if he'll make it past round 2 or round 3 and whatnot. So,
and indeed we shall see. But great entry from Life Sound Studios. I look forward to seeing more from them, and that's actually a really good suggestion. I like that, Zell. So we'll see if he takes that going into the next round. And with that, we now move on to 22nd place, who is going back to round number 2 yet again after a very strong KOS 6. This dude is back for another go around, and he has made it yet again. The Australian Sinker finished with a 71.9. The lone Australian Sinker remaining is Mr. Zippy Cream, and Zippy Cream did a combination of 2 games in particular that really stood out, and that was Cyberpunk and Fortnite, and a little bit of adaptation from, I think, one of the new Modern Warfares as well. But I personally love the weapons choices from the Cyberpunk part, and he does a pretty good job. And I'll be honest, I cannot stand Fortnite. There's no secret. It is a heresy of a game, but damn, this guy sinks it really good, and he is very good at that. But adding some Cyberpunk into the mix, the song choice is really good. I like the effects, very smooth. Transitions are nice, and just again, honestly, Zippy Cream has made some great decisions going into this particular sync, and I like his style.
Well, at this point, I'm sure that Cyberpunk Sinks is my favorite. The Cyberpunk parts of this sync was awesome. And overall sync is pretty awesome too. The gun choice is perfect, the accuracy is pretty awesome too. Well, that's a solid thing. That's a great job. I'm happy for the Zippy Cream.
I really like the Cyberpunk and Fortnite sections. Also really like the effects. I think they worked. They're pretty good. I wouldn't say nothing too jaw-dropping, but like I think it works really well for this sync. And very good accuracy too. I think the only thing for me that knocked down points a lot was just the Black Ops Cold War choice for that section. I just think those guns are a little too bassy for this type of song. And I don't think, in terms of like the rest of the games that are chosen for this sync in particular, I just don't think it really worked as well. But that's all I have to say for this sync. I just thought it was very good.
So with that, excellent entry from Mr. Zippy Cream. And now we move on to 21st place with a grand total of 74.1 points now. We have Need for Sinks, and I can't tell what the rest of the Chinese characters for, so I'm just gonna call them Need for Sinks. And This entry, I love the song choice is one of the strongest aspects of the sync. It seems very difficult to sync. I mean, I would have a hard time syncing this myself, but this guy did fantastic, and I love how effective he used Battlefield 1. And Battlefield 1 is very difficult to be able to use effectively, and he seems to incorporate some of the other Battlefields and a couple other games into the mix, but overall, it is a extremely strong entry, and this is this dude's first time in a competition. He's definitely wowed me quite a bit, and the weapons choice was good. Note accuracy was very good, and altogether, yet again, another strong submission from another up-and-coming sinker. But great job to Mr. Need and for putting this out here for us, and he's I'd even argue he's definitely a threat for the finals, that's for sure.
I thought it was good. It wasn't really my style in terms of effects, but I can see the darker theme that he was going for. And I thought that he executed that theme very well. The guns, in terms of audio, it sounded very muffled in some spaces. Maybe it was deliberate. Maybe it's just the sound design of the game. But like, for example, the Modern Warfare 2 section, it seemed like it had a lot of alteration in audio to sound comprehensive, and this goes for a lot of the sync. At least for me, from what I can tell, it just sounded really muffled in a lot of different places. High in the lower mid range with almost no treble, and I mean, to me, it just didn't sound good. It matched the beat of the song, though, the chorus of the song. So I didn't really take off points for it. It just doesn't appeal to me. But, and another thing with the audio, like at Modern Warfare 2, I mentioned that just a second ago, with the thumper or the intervention, you really couldn't hear those sounds. But at 120, you definitely had drums down, and it sounded fucking awesome. It was great. A great game and gun choice for that section for sure. And having some, not poking your taste at music, but all I would say is expand to something with a little bit more variety, like different genres of dubstep, to open some more opportunity for some different sounds, for some different guns and transitions in your effects for your next submission. I did like the sync, though. I'm not dogging on the sync. I don't want it to sound like it. It was a little bit different than the style that would appeal to me personally. But like you said, Battlefield 1, really hard to sync with. I think that he did so very well. I just think that audio could be a little bit cleared up a little bit. Maybe a song that's not as high in the lower mid-range. But I did think it was a good submission.
Yeah, I like his sprays too. His sprays were probably one of the best parts of the sync.
Oh, yeah,
especially like what you were talking about, that 120 marker. It's really strong. Like the drums, just it sounded super good. So very well done from Mr. Need. To speed up the process, we'll move on to the next one. We'll go to 20th place now. So finishing in 20th place with a grand total of 74.3 points and beating Need for Syncs by only 0.2 points. And this guy has made it into round 2 before. He used to go by the name of Venus, but now he goes by the name of Naid, who is, I mean, I probably botched it, but that's okay. I botch names often. It's customary practice. But this guy used to be Venus, and he changed his name, and this dude shows exactly why he is a big-time KOS contender. Very strong entry. I really like his audio. Has been one of his strongest suits for quite some time. And I think that it's just an overall strong entry. With I like the weapons choice with this particular song. He switches between games and scenes quite well. He's very, very good at that. Even though it's a simple fade in, fade out transition, maybe do something a little more creative in my opinion, but I do think that it was really nice. I really like the transition at the 1:30-minute marker with the rocket launcher and then putting it up to the triple screen there. I like the usage of the middle effect that he goes with at the 2:03 marker, 2:04 marker. And sound design is pretty good overall, and then of course what I like to call the assembly line effect gets added into play when he adds in like a new game. I'm not sure what that game is. He had some like Modern Warfare sounds as like the film assembly line on the sides, but if anyone could name me that game that is at the three.
Zenless Zone Zero.
Zenless Zone Zero.
Wait, what was it called?
Zenless Zone Zero.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. But yeah, I've never seen a game in that with that. I've never seen a sync with that game before, so I thought it was quite neat adding that into the mix to add a couple different new sounds, and I think that it was good as like a nice like middle like support role where you still have the other games going on in unison, and I think that Venice yet again has shown a very good, very strong submission that could definitely pay dividends going into the later stages of this competition, especially if he can step up from this particular entry.
That is definitely one of my favorite things in this competition. I like how good the Modern Warfare 2019 fits perfectly with this song. Also, there's a great song choice for this entry. I like the gun choice, the accuracy is mind-blowing. Also, there's a lot of going on the screen, the smooth transitions of all of this, and it's kind of reminds me of my style of making gun things a little bit. So that is definitely one of my favorites, and I'm very happy that Naid made it to the round 2. I was voting for him so much.
Yeah, that's a very strong entry. I think the fact that he impressed you, that's pretty damn. That's very impressive as of himself. Venice definitely more than capable of showing some great stuff.
For Naid's entry on itself, it was great. I had a couple of gripes with some of the kicks, especially the shotgun, underbarrel-ish shotgun in Modern Warfare 2019. I think it was a little bit too low, but the rest of the sync was just amazing, especially that part where he actually included the Triple Z footage at the end, synced with on top of the assembly line style clips at the sides. But yeah, for some only about that, the audio mixing a little bit, and I would say a little bit more CC was needed. I feel like it was too plain. Like it relied heavily on the actual color palette of the games, and it actually breaks a little bit throughout.
Yet again, 74 points is no small feat, so great job to Naid, aka Venice. Great job. Very good entry. And I look forward to see what he does in the next round. And speaking of other sinkers I'm looking forward to seeing in the next round, one of my great friends that has finished in 19th place here with a grand total of 75.2. It was a little bit uncertain if he was going to make it or not in terms of the submission, but he brought out this 1 minute banger of a submission. We got I'm Getting Hot by Make It Rain, and Make It Rain finishing with a 75-point score with a 1 minute submission. And I think a lot of what carried this particular entry, while it's easy to say there definitely could have been more in this submission, especially since it was only a minute, but I think that it was pretty well effectively synced for 1 minute. The effects are really good, very smooth transitions at the 21 second marker going into the potential 26 minute marker. Kind of like scrolls a bit, looks cool, looks nice, looks clean. Weapons choice is great. I like the topography is really good. I really like the topography. Text that's flying on the screen, it looks nice. And weapons choices are second to none. Very good choices. And I think that it's, I would argue it just like with Jarrell, except maybe a little bit of extra steps. Simple and effective. Very good sync. He really made the most of his 1 minute entry.
I am a really big fan of the visual style of this sync. I think the effects were really cool. The mix was great. The game choice was perfect. The only thing was just I just wish this was longer. That's the only thing that brought the points down for me, was just how long it was or how short it was. So I want to see more.
Yeah, I love this sync. I think this was awesome. I've always loved Make It Rain. Has their own kind of style that I've never really seen with another syncer, for me personally, and I love it. They always go out of the box. It's always super unique. like Zell said, I really wish there was more to this. I mean, it's barely over a minute. I love this guy's other syncs. I think he could have done more, but you know, real life things get in the way. As for the mix, I think it was awesome. The reloads were crisp, the gunshots were crisp. They were the perfect volume over the music. I think Make It Rain has started moving over towards making a lot of MMV videos, and I think that skill that he's gained from that aspect has transitioned over to gun syncing. And I can't get over the effects. They were awesome. The way that everything transitions and moves and differentiates with itself, it just flows so perfectly well. It's not just a bland warp perspective moving across the screen. They actually differentiate in clips. And I think I'm glazing this guy big time because this is definitely one of my favorite syncs in this competition. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, and I glaze this guy too. I'm not gonna lie, because I used to play with this guy with Counter-Strike back in the day. Very fun guy, very awesome dude, very great human being. But also in general, just his syncs are second to none. Very good syncs, and this is by far one of his best syncs I've seen from him. Like I can't remember. I don't even remember if he has made it into round 2 before. But either way, he's in round 2 now, and it's gonna be great to see what this guy can come up with. Going into round 2, and I hope he can. I think he has a great opportunity to make a step forward in round 2 to make something even better. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. So great stuff from Make It Rain. 19th place, very solid finish. And speaking of a very solid finish, we now have a tie for 17th place between two very capable gun sinkers. First, we'll go over the Season 2 Kings of Syncs champion, Tobzy. And of course, I think it's quite fun when Tobzy kind of pokes fun at the competition a little bit. I think Mr. GNT was getting a little bit too ambitious with what he was saying, because Tobzy did say that he's competing, and GNT immediately regretted his words, and Tobzy put out a very good submission. While it's not his best work I've seen, it is enough to get him into the next round, and it's because, again, simple, effective. Just like Azamo, just like Jarrell, audio is simple and effective. It is strong. I really like his weapons choices. While I would say variety is lacking in this sync personally, at least if I have to have a personal gripe with it, I think that the sync itself is still very strong. I like how he transitions the quad screen there with the tank shots and then adding in some clips. And I think the APC on the top left and the C4 clicks, the reload sounds, it all sounds really good. And this is a great entry from Tobzy, and I think that Tobzy was hinting at that he's taking a nice approach with this one, where he wants to do something simple and effective, get him in the next round, and then he's going to come out with a banger. So watch out for Tobzy in round 2. I think he's going to really go out swinging in the next round.
He hasn't lost his touch
Amen.
at all.
Amen.
It's a perfect balance between music, sounds, and even though it's more or less, well, the Fat Red hasn't been known for like really complex gun syncs, but Tobzy finds really good the balance between including every part of the game he's gonna sync. He uses the beat with shotguns. He uses a gadget for the hi-hats. He uses the reloads to accompany said beat, and then he uses the vehicles to accompany all of it. It's just a whole harmony of guns coming together to create a gun sync.
Tobzy is like an ancient god of of the gun syncing community. I think that's a little hilarious. That's why he can make these simple things make so good and so effective.
It is very tough to make simple and effective really good, so I agree.
Yeah, that's an awesome audio mastering, awesome gun choice. The visuals are quite simple, but as you and I said before, simple but effective.
Yeah, for those of you guys that don't know, by the way, Tobzy is the last remaining gun sinker that competed in Season 1. He is the last remaining sinker, and for good reason, meaning that he's been sinking all this time. He is a 10-year veteran at this, and he's still got it. Unk is still got it, that's for sure. And he's, I'm pretty sure he's going to try to find a way to try to blow these other entries away, where I'm not sure if he's at the level of like some of the other guys that are at the top yet, but I think he can get himself right back up there with a banger of a sync. And he's a champion for a reason. He knows how to pace these competitions. He's gotten a good feel for these comps for the last couple of years, and he could very well be a 2-time champion, this guy. He very well could. And he's, as I like what Toverniak said, he's an ancient god of gun syncs. I quite like that. That's one I'm going to use. I think that's a good one. So, good stuff from Tobzy. He's finished inside of the top 20. Very strong sync. And now we go over the person that tied with him. So, also in this tie for 17th place alongside Tobzy, after many years of trying to get into round 2, he has finally made it. My fellow American Xbox Syncs has made it to round number 2 with that strong 76-8 score. Absolutely fantastic. And his song choice, I think, was one of the best parts of the sync. It was an absolute banger. Where I could mention some things, maybe if I'm getting nitpicky, maybe the topography gets a little bit of an update there. It seems a little bland in my opinion, but the weapons choices, the sound design, it is second to none. It's amazing. It's great. And Xbox Syncs deserves every little bit of praise for this sync. This is by far his best entry. He has damn well earned this spot into round number 2. And big congratulations to Xbox Syncs. I am going to glaze him for a bit because he's been working so hard. And his weapon choices were great. Sound design, really good. The effects were subtle, but also very good. Maybe I'd fix maybe a couple of CC choices in particular. There's one of the game, I think in the 147-48 marker, there's one that kind of looks blown out a bit, but that's just me being nitpicky. But nevertheless, just fantastic work from Xbox Syncs.
I've been following Xbox for a long time, and I feel like with every sync that he puts out, he improves. I have been able to see the improvement in all of the syncs for a few years now. I think this has been sort of like, I think, not exactly the peak, but he's getting there for sure. This is like the culmination of like a lot of his hard work. So proud of him for this. I'm proud of him for this, being able to move on to the next round, and I just want to congratulate him on that first and foremost. The sync itself, overall, I think the mix was very good. I think some sprays could have just been louder. I think in the BIOS Black Ops 6 sections just could have been slightly higher in terms of the volume. When it comes to the effects, I thought the effects overall was pretty good. Nothing like too crazy, but I think for the type of sync for the type of song this was, I think it fit. Though I just wish some of the color was just a little less bright, because it was some of the highlights were just very blown out. And I also noticed some clips just didn't have color grading at all, like some of the Black Ops 3 sections, like the nighttime one. The effects just wasn't as noticeable compared to the other clips. But overall, the usage of games is very good, and nothing felt out of place. So this is just a very, very good sync and very deserving of getting to the next round.
I thought that they were pretty clever effects for the submission. It was pretty innovative. I've only really seen this style of visual effects with masking clips a couple times, and I've always thought that it's very clean. I think you executed it very well, and they were very smooth. I will say that the audio was decent. This is miles ahead of where you were. I can think just last competition, really just a year ago, not even that long ago. I can remember back to all of the different audio issues that you've had, and it looks like you've really lasered in on those issues, knitted them, and it really makes me happy to see you make it to the second round with a sync like this. But I think you need to lower your music volume just a little bit in regard the tiny little gripes that I have in audio, and maybe this is just me. I'm not sure how the other judges feel. Maybe lower your music volume just a little bit and lower bass in your track equalization for your gunshots, because they seemed a little bit heavy in that lower range, at least a couple of them. It could just be the sound design of the games, but I did hear a little bit of distortion on just a handful of clips. But this still had you scoring very high in the realm of mixing and mastering. I did think that overall, throughout the sync, your mixing was very well executed. Much better, like I said, leagues ahead of where you were not really even too long ago. So I did think this was a very good submission. I think you can come down a little bit on the scale lights in Bleach Bypass to soften it up a little bit. It's very, very bright. Not really much against that, but it gives it a much more cinematic effect if you mess with offset darks plus those scale lights, and it gives it a much better look, in my personal opinion, and a more polished look at the end of the day. But overall, this is a very good sync, and I'm proud to see you improve this much personally. On a side note, outside of the competition.
Yeah, so congratulations to Xbox Syncs, tying with the great Tobzy as well. I mean, it's a huge confidence boost as well for Mr. Xbox Syncs. I look forward to see what he could cook up in the second round. Maybe he could be a dark horse pick to make it to that finale if he hones in on those couple little things. He could have a chance, so we'll see. But great stuff from Xbox Syncs, and congratulations, good sir. From one American to another, I salute you, good sir, and I wish you the best of luck in round number 2. And with that, we now move on to another tie. We have back-to-back ties. This time it's a tie for 15th place. Both of these sinkers, both from China, actually, two China sinks back-to-back, with a score of 77-4. Coming in from, we'll start with Lizzie, and Lizzie has decided to do a 1 minute, 50-minute sync, opening it up with Counter-Strike. I must say, the opening CC of Counter-Strike with the sky, it looks so good. That looks so nice visually. I love that. Little nice bonus that goes with it. Like the CC choices with this particular sync is very strong. I really like that. And CSGO is a very hard game to sync. It sounds really good. I think that Lizzie honed in on the audio with CSGO, and it sounds great. Song choice is really good. Also, very nice skins. I like the skins. That's a personal thing, but that's okay. And then transitioning into I believe that's Battlefield. And that was really strong. Of course, Battlefield syncs, simple. It's definitely a good, simple, and effective route. The effects are really strong. I really like the double, how the beats are kind of like, they're moving kind of like the drums on the top there, on the top left and the top right. Very nice little touch there. The CC is strong. And then I believe Lizzie transitioned to Cyberpunk towards the end, if I'm not mistaken. That kind of looks like Cyberpunk. I could be wrong, but I really like the addition. What is that?
That's Modern Warfare 2.
Oh. Well, that was terrible that I said that. Okay, so yeah, I guess I really like the Modern Warfare 2. It's so damn hard to tell the difference these days. Maybe I'm too old, but Modern Warfare 2, I really like the sounds for it. It sounded really good. I feel like this was another simple yet effective sync, but with some extra steps. Maybe add a couple extra games. And in my opinion, this is a multi-game gun sync done right. So well done from Lizzie.
Well, it is a pretty solid submission for this competition. I do like much the beginning with the CSGO parts. As you said, the sky looks very beautiful. The Battlefield part was made pretty cool, I think. The gun choice is great, the accuracy is great, but I didn't quite understand the gap after the first drop. Because the second drop was made on the same level that the first one was. So I didn't quite understand this move, but nevertheless it is a solid submission, and I'm very happy for Lizzie.
I think what gets this sync above the rest before it's the really good audio mixing that it has, because you can actually hear each and every gun that's actually coming up in each and every game. Well, I think the Battlefield 4 part overstayed a little bit of its welcome. It's still a solid sync, especially with that heavy ending with Modern Warfare.
And then joining Mr. Lizzie in the tie with the 77-4, we also have Lakewind's submission. And honestly, this is one of the earliest submissions to come in. And I really like the song choice with Lakewind. And this is definitely a very, in my opinion, a very underrated submission. Not from judges' sake, but just like how cool it actually looks compared to some of the top submissions that we see out there. I really like the beginning. Like, it really establishes the sync in the beginning with the RPG, and then it kind of goes into slow reloads. Picks up shortly at the 27 marker, and then the tactical insertion was very well used. If I'm not mistaken, that's a tactical insert, but it could be or it could be a jammer. But I really like the choices that Lakewind made in this particular sync. It is very strong. Audio is fantastic. The effects are really good. I love how Lakewind decided to go with the Tobsy-esque edit, or the Sparkle. I actually would say the Sparkles-esque edit, where you have the black and the white background there, how it kind of, it's there for like a split second. It's not overdone necessarily, but it's a nice transition between the effects, and I really like the choices that are made. The IW part is really good, and then I like the space split screen that pops up as well. It looks really nice. It looks nice and appealing. It's simple, it's effective, but it's very strong. And one of the best parts about this sync was the CC choices. I love the color correction choices that were made. It's really good. It looks so appealing, but also at the same time, it matches up quite nice. There's a nice variety of weapons that are being used as well. As a multi-game sync, I like to see variety. I like to see when there's a bunch of different guns being used. There was grenade launchers, tactical inserts, there was jammers, there was Modern Warfare 2 sprays, IW single shot guns, Battlefield. It was just a nice, solid mix altogether, and I really like the choices that were made here. And good effects, good sync all around, and excellent song choice too. I really like the song choice as well.
I thought it was good too. I really like the effects on this.
Mm-hmm.
This is, to me, a perfect example of when to appropriately use transitions, going in and out of different packs and different spots, and just keeping everything looking really smooth and flowing really well visually. I will say, again, with audio, there was, I will give him credit, for most of the sync, audio was very consistent. It sounded very good, especially Infinite Warfare on that first shot. It sounded so good. But there were a couple spots in particular that I actually noted here, like at 56 seconds and 2 minutes and 4 seconds, that were they just needed some more tuning. They needed some more polish. But all in all, I really am in love with these effects. And plus, the Scrambler with pitch shifting was absolutely goon worthy. It was awesome. It's so hard to get it's so hard to get pitch shifting right, especially with the Scrambler. For me at least. I know some people actually go into FL Studio and edit it separately outside of Vegas. So I'll give you credit for that, most definitely. But outside of those small little audio discrepancies, I think you need to balance out everything evenly and find an equilibrium between the quality of your audio and the quality of your effects. Because I think you're a little bit high with your effects and a little bit low with your audio. If you were to find an equilibrium, you would have a badass sync. But nevertheless, this is still awesome. I really like this submission.
So very good submissions from both Lizzie and Lakewind, both finishing inside the top 16 as a very impressive finish. Both of these guys, I think, are first-time sinkers coming in from Bilby. So I have to tell you, these Chinese sinkers this year are coming with are bringing the heat this year. They're doing extremely well. So great stuff to those two guys. So great stuff. And now we move on to 14th place. 77-6 in 14th place. We have one of, I would argue and say, one of the greatest comebacks from a gun sinker I think I've ever seen in quite some time. It is the Shadow Gamer. And if you guys remember, Shadow Gamer, in my personal opinion, had a very disappointing KOS 6, but I have to tell you, I was uncertain whether Shadow Gamer was going to do a really good submission like this, but it was fantastic. Great stuff from Shadow Gamer. This is a huge bounce back from Shadow. He's right back to where he is, establishing his Russian dominance, and definitely back into the, I would say he's back at contending again, and his initial submission just shows exactly why. Good balance of effects. I like the different choices that he used, the very good weapons choices. He's got a nice little, it looks like the middle screen is looking at a triple monitor setup. I really like how that puts a little perspective in there. And he does something a little interesting with like the secondary clips. He adds a little like perspective to his top right side of the screen and his top left screen, making them look like they're slanted a little bit. It's a very subtle effect, but I kind of like it. It's kind of nice. I like the choices he made. And of course in the 113 marker, the good old classic, the tilt zoom with the blur in the background, building up to the drop. This is what he used to do quite a lot, and he's got some good weapons choices all around. He does like really cool like little lightning effect as a transition point. That was kind of a nice touch. I like the CC choices. They're really strong, and just once again a great bounce back sync from someone, in my opinion, that really desperately needed this bounce back sync. And I can't, of course, not mention this. He did a little thing in the beginning with the Obi-Wan Kenobi meme. I thought that was kind of funny. Of course, he soundbited me quite a bit, so I like that. Just a little goof intro, but overall, very good gun sync. And in terms of his the scoring, he finished quite well when it comes to note accuracy and mixing and audio mastering. I think that's where Shadow struggled the last time, was his audio mastering was pretty bad, and this time I think he nailed it 100%.
That is excellent sync from the Shadow Gamer. I think that the Miles Away song from Zomboy, it's one of the classic songs for the gun syncs. I like the variety of games in this sync. I like the gun choice. I like the accuracy. Accuracy is pretty dope. The color correction is the great too, and I'm very happy that he's not using only old Modern Warfare clips. So there's more of the new games involved in this thing.
And not to mention, he stopped using Ricardo. I think he's moved on from the Ricardo sync, to be fair, not overusing the Ricardo bottom left picture there. That definitely probably hindered him from the last time, but it was really good. Anything else you got to add, Toverniak?
The one thing that I want to add is I really like the honorable mention in the beginning of
Yes, that was definitely a nice touch. I think he maybe he was trying to get some sympathy points from us both. Maybe it worked on you or something, but very good entry from Shadow Gamer. It's definitely up there as a great comeback sync, and I want to see him get back into the finale. It'd be great to see him there again. He's more than got the potential for sure to make it there. So with that, literally a 10th of a point ahead of him in 13th place. What a grand total of 77.7. We have another newcomer, or at least I suspect it might not be a newcomer, but at the very least at this point I'll just say it's a newcomer just for, I guess, the meme's sake. We got UUU777. And another Chinese syncer. I'll be honest, I originally thought that this guy was Stan QAQ because his syncing style is very similar to Stan but modified, and this sync was fucking phenomenal. Oh my god, like I love the use of the effects. I like the I think he did like a little perspective cube in the beginning there, hiding the little EM1 reloads to the side a little bit, a little subtle. Very nice. I like the transitions, the glitch effects look fucking good. The sprays look great. I love the sprays. That was definitely a very strong point in his sync. He did a little transitional phase with some I'm not sure what that is at the 40-second marker, but he does implement some nice CC to go with it. The CC is very strong. It's very dynamic. It changes from time to time. Good Modern Warfare. I think that's Modern Warfare 2 he was using there. Very good use of the sprays. That's a very nice classic technique from the TBG days, as well as the Shadow Gamer days of old. And I think that this sync is really strong, and this dude reminds me so much of Stan QAQ. Another thing I'm going to throw out there, I really like the usage. I usually don't like when one gun is used as like a kicker too much, but at the 230 marker, he used the sniper rifle. I forget what sniper that is in Advanced Warfare, but that was a really nice usage of that. It sounded nice and crisp. It sounded good. And this dude, UUU, is... I think this dude could be a contender for the finale for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that this was a great sync. It was such a perfect game choice to use Advanced Warfare with the song, and the way that the guns that he chose to use, the sprays, almost perfectly matched the pitch of the actual chorus. And I mean, for me personally, that massive brownie points, because more often than not, people would just pick a random spray and put it in there and alter it a little bit, try to make it sound good. I can tell this person actually took the time to find one that perfectly matched the pitch of the music. And I mean, I'm weighing on that a little bit because it's so rarely that I see it done well. But I thought that Advanced Warfare was a perfect pick. I would gripe on one thing really from this entire sync, because it's got a very high score for me, was Modern Warfare 2. It just seemed like the guns were either one of two things: they were a little too quiet, or they needed to be not as fast. Because if you'll notice, the faster you increase a spray, the quieter it gets, the harder it is to actually perceive. So I think that one of two things, it could have been not sped up all the way, because I know that's an easy habit for a lot of people to do, is just maxed out sprays. But I think that if that one thing was taken care of, this would have been almost perfect. I loved the kicks that, like you were saying, the Dragunov sounded awesome, and just the style. And you're right, it looks almost identical to Stan QAQ's old style, and I love it. I love the transitions. I love the effects. I think it even has motion blur in here, and it just, everything was implemented so well. Especially when the masked clips come in. I believe it's on the first drop. I'm looking back here, where they kind of slide over each other. It's just a really wide array of really cool effects that maintain the intensity of the song, and they mirror the music. To me, at least, it seems that way. I love this song. I love this sync.
Congrats to Mr. UUU. You scored leagues ahead of a lot of other people too. So this is a very strong sync. You got a lot to be proud of, good sir. And I hope that this guy is. I really hope to see this guy. I mean, I really hope to see this guy do even more than what this was. But I think that's going to be the challenge going into this next round for a lot of these sinkers that don't have that experience going into round 2. But if this is Stan QAQ, then he knows what he's doing. But if it's not, then he's gonna. 777 really made Stan proud. That's all that can really be said. So, with that, we move on to 12th place. We have reached the 80-point marker, and at this point, anybody that scores over 80 points at this point is you're in like championship contending form at this point. I mean, I would argue that anybody in the 70s could be in potential championship contending form, but anybody that scores in the 80s, like, you got some real good stuff that could be worthy of a champion, I think, in my personal opinion. So with that, finishing in 12th with 80.9 points, we have the Vietnamese young prodigy Ryu. And as I've been told that this Ryu guy is relatively new into the Vietnamese gunsync community, and he has already outclassed so many other Vietnamese sinkers out there, and this sync shows exactly why. Very smooth, solid throughout. The reload sounds in the very beginning kind of established the sync really well. I love the CC choice. The CC choice is great. I love the mix of colors. The subtitles are not egregious, but I think it gets the job done. Really nice. I really like the pack choices, and in particular, the pack choices on the top left kind of goes with the clips that are going on in the 32-second marker. I really like that. It's a nice touch. I do like the overall presentation of the sync is really strong. And I would say that Ryu hit a pretty big home run with this first entry here. And I think that it's someone that is putting I would say the rest of the community on notice that this this guy Ryu's here to play. Great audio mixing, very good mastering, the technical complexity and the composition of this is just very well put together. I really like one of my favorite parts is the end of the sync. I really like when it transitions to that bright CC, but it's a nice overexposure because you get the purple dark matter guns to go with it. It complements very nicely and it just sounds really good. Then there's the subtle tactical insert flare in the background as well to kind of add the supplementation to the sound to kind of give it that little extra kick to show that this dude likes to dig in and figure out where the other hidden sounds might be, and this dude's here to play. I think Ryu's going to be a contender. That's for damn sure.
I think overall this sync was amazing. It was great. I don't have like many complaints about this, like, or any really much nitpicks. Like, I think the gun choices were great all around. The effects were great. They fit the song very well. Same with the colors. I really liked how the kind of like towards the drop at like the minute mark, that those pack choices, similar to what you were saying, the pack choices, all kind of work together. Like they were all very similar to each other, and like as a section, its own section, it just works together so well. Like it flows very well. Great song choice as well. Personal bias because it's Indonesian, and I'm Indonesian, so it's like, oh, awesome representation. But the only thing I have really is just that some guns could have just been bumped up a little bit in the volume, but outside of that, like this is just a great sync.
You know, what's funny is I didn't even think that this was an Indonesian song until I believe it was Bravo 6 that brought it up, and once he brought it up, I'm like, oh wow, that's actually pretty good. I think that this was an underrated gem of a song. The song choice is great.
Well, for me, honestly, the entire scene could be summed up in one word. Just amazing. Throughout the flow, the inclusion of multiple clips, but not in a traditional way where they just put the clip into one side and that's it. He actually masked the entire clip so that at least the part where the gun shows up, so he could add it and actually pretty much use the guns as instruments inside the video. I feel like the flow itself from every single pack, it's almost perfect. My only gripe would be the audio pitching a bit, just the same as always. A couple of guns, especially kicks, that were a tad bit low on my liking, but overall it's just a really, really good sync.
Well done to Ryu. Great submission all around. We hope to see more going into the second round, and I think that Ryu could definitely give some people a run for their money. So definitely, initially I thought Blandcube would be a dark horse pick, but I think it's safe to say Ryu could be a dark horse pick for this competition for sure. So gonna throw that into the mix. And now, finishing in 11th with a grand total of 81 points flat. 81 points. We have one of the goated Russian sinkers of all time. He's won multiple times in terms of like he's won several stages of competitions before, while he's never fully won a Kings of Sinks competition before. He was never crowned a champion yet, but I still think that he definitely deserves to get one at some point, but we'll see if he can do it this year. We have Sturm Down, and I think Sturm Down, I will just say as a side note, he did struggle quite a lot to make a decision on what song to sync. He scrapped multiple projects. He struggled quite a bit with getting something going, but it goes to show you how good Sturm Down is. Even with his struggles, he still put out this. Apparently, he finished this when he had like 1 or 2 days left in the deadline, and he still came out with this banger of a song. He is one of the best Overwatch sinkers that's out there, and just one of the best sinkers in the world for a reason. When he's under pressure, he somehow cooks up something this good, and while it's simple and effective, his CC composition is great, and just simple and effective all around. It wasn't anything crazy, but it gets him a top 11 finish, which is absolutely bizarre and amazing, and good to see Sturm Down bounce back after the struggles that he's had.
As I said before, the Miles Away song is a classic. Storm Down sing the same song that the Shadow Gamer did, but I liked Stormdown's submission a little bit more than Shadow Gamer's. The accuracy is brilliant, as Stormdown always did. The visuals is quite simple, a little bit, but it's kind of effective. I kind of like this blurry visuals, and the color correction is great. So I'm very happy to my Russian fellow Stormdown to make it to the round 2.
And he puts himself in a very good position to bounce back. If he gets a really good round 2 submission in, he can get back to championship form. And I think that he can go out and contend and win the championship if he really locks into round 2 and he comes out with a banger submission, especially if it's going to be better, even better than this, which he definitely could do. I definitely could see it happening. He could blast us out of this world and yet again maybe win a round. It'd be really cool to see if Stormdown could bounce back.
Well, the pitch itself is one of the highlights for me. I really like that pitching on the top right. And well, I would say just for the next entry, just give it a little more CC. I think this is the only thing that was lacking here.
Great job from Mr. Stormdown, 11th place, and now we're in the top 10. We have reached 10th place, and finishing in 10th place with a grand total of 81.2 points. And I believe this individual was the highest finishing sinker from Thailand. We have Haruka Chan. If you don't know who this is, this was originally the sinker that goes by Purple, who surprised many of the gun sinking world by making it all the way to the finals in KOS 6. And I have to tell you, this dude is Purple is an absolute stud at gun sinking. Really good choices for the sink all around. Audio is basically, I would say, essentially, pretty much almost a perfect 10 from an audio standpoint. It was just that good. The audio is fantastic. Great gun choices throughout. I really like the old school 90s, the 90s video cassette tape VCR style kind of effects. I quite like that a lot. I think that was a very good choice. I like the overall presentation of the sync was really good. Maybe I'm just a 90s kid and I love the 90s effect too much, but I like the transition between different effects. It's clean, it's nice, it's presented well, and he doesn't seem to be going overboard between a bunch of different games at once. Purple seems to stick with one game, but Purple makes the most out of it. Pretty decent variety throughout. There's quite a bit of different guns that are used that I like. The sprays and the audio mastering are probably some of the best that I've seen in this competition thus far, and I think Purple's en route to getting another KOS Finals appearance if Purple keeps up this production.
I think it's one of the best Modern Warfare 2019 things I have heard in a while. Like the sprays were crisp, the shotguns and the Hadir sniper rifle were amazing, and it really helps the chorus itself to bring out that punch in the change of pitches in the bass itself. It's such a good mix of audio, video, and just color correction as well. It actually keeps the mood and the flow of the song itself. At least I think it transmits the lyrics themselves into the video. Even though it's not Chinese, I don't know. I suck at any.
It's I think it's Thai, like from Thailand.
Oh, that's great.
I think.
Oh, so I fucked it up even more. It's great.
Nice job.
But yeah, the way the singer herself sings, it's actually quite nicely represented in the video.
I've been following Haruka even before they were Purple, because I know they had another name change. They had another name before Purple. I believe it was Miller at the time. Miller Sinks. I was like, me and them were like at the time we're low key buds. But this sync in general was great. I think Haruka has a really good understanding of Modern Warfare 2019 in general. Like all of the Modern Warfare 2019 syncs are just um, the mix is the mix and the pitch are great, and it's no exception with this sync, especially with this kind of song too, which in other syncs when they use Modern Warfare or one of the Modern Warfare games, it doesn't work as well. But Haruka was able to tweak the pitch and get it down perfectly for this song, which is honestly props to them. I also really like their visuals as well. Really interesting visual style that, like you said, it's very reminiscent of like the 90s. It's almost kind of like nostalgic in a way, which I really like. And in general, I just really like their effect, like the way they use effects and that to create like a kind of like a tone and atmosphere a little bit. In terms of just minor things, like I think some of the kicks were just a little too loud compared to the rest of the sync, and also some of the sprays could also get really loud. But other than that, like this is just again, it's just a phenomenal sync.
Yeah, definitely worthy of a top 10, that's for sure. And I think Haruka's got a really good shot at shocking the world. Another dark horse pick into the mix, if I may say so myself. So with that, also experience in the KOS finale, I think Haruka's got a very good understanding of the pacing of this competition now as well, where I think Haruka's just warming up at this stage, and I think Haruka's going to put out something that's going to be even better than this one going into round number 2, and something that will put the rest of the lobby on notice, I think, at this point, but we'll see what happens there. So with that, we move on to the top 10, into the heart of the top 10. 9th place, 81-8, which is a fantastic score from one of the greatest gun sinkers of all time, is coming back into this competition to see how far he goes. It is the one and the only, the Rainbow Six spraying god himself, or at least one of the two, I would say. There's two gods of it, but here's one of them. It is Jabber Turtle, and Jabber Turtle's made it to the finals several times before, and Jabber goes to what Jabber does best, Rainbow Six Siege syncs, and this is Jabber's bread and butter. Some of the best Rainbow Six Siege syncs I think I've seen on the planet comes from two people, Jabber and then Bravo 6. Those two particular guys, both of them competing in this competition. And Jabber finishing 9th place. It is very well deserved. It's a great result from Jabber. I'd love to see his syncs. I believe his girlfriend kind of motivated him to upload this as well. So kudos to her for getting Jabber to finish this beautiful project for us. A lot of people are very happy that Jabber gets to come back. There's a chance that Jabber can end up in the Hall of Fame of gun syncs as well, which we'll discuss a little bit later, but nevertheless, great entry from Jabber. I love this. The sprays are obviously the best part of this sync because it just sounds so crisp. Sounds awesome. I like the usage of the building barricade on the top right there, and then a couple supporting sounds from a single shotgun on the left. While it looks simple, it is very effective. And then even in the middle, adds a little bit of a shield sound in the middle there. Couple of abilities being used to add incorporated into the sync, and I think it's fantastic. It is a very good entry, and Jabber, I think, is almost back in championship form at this rate.
I thought it was really good. I really enjoyed the sync. As per usual, Jabber Turtle fashion, like you said, the sprays were absolutely perfect. I don't think anybody would change a thing about them.
Mm-hmm.
My one gripe, and I get to this right away because I think it's what we're all thinking. I wish that there was more. I wish that it wasn't so repetitive too, because it's
That's
hard
true.
for me to not go and look back to Kings of Syncs 4, I believe it was, and look at how well Dovahkiin was put together.
Ah, yes.
I mean, the standard was set, and I had higher expectations. I'm not dogging on the sync.
Mhm.
It is such a well put together sync. I don't think I have any gripes in terms of audio. It's a little bit difficult for me to distinguish some of the equipment. That's probably just because I haven't played Rainbow Six Siege. So, nonetheless, still scores extremely high in terms of audio from me. But in terms of, complexity, it really feels like a lot of the same thing throughout the entire sync up until maybe about a minute and a half when you start to see some different things happening, and then towards the end of the sync is really when it really gets really innovative. So, like I said, I was expecting a little bit more, but I mean, hey, maybe he's just saving his energy for round 2, which I really hope that he can compete in this time around. I know that he missed out on it for Kings of Sings 4, and I really hope that he makes it to round 2 this time. And yeah, I thought that this was, with the repetitiveness aside, this was such a good sync. Perfect audio, great low-key effects, very smooth transitioning through all the different clips. And yeah, it was a very good submission for sure.
When the sync started, I was like, Genesis, where have I heard this? And then I looked down at the description and it says Genesis Justice, and I was like, if anyone can sync Justice's songs, especially the bass, it's Jabber. And I wasn't disappointed at all. The syncs have been as close as I can hear to the actual song itself, because funnily enough, the bass on Justice's songs really sound the same as the sprays of Rainbow Six, if they are sped up at the correct speed. But yeah, it's good in that regard. It's good in the regard of color correction, theme, mood, because on itself you can see that the sync itself, it's orange. I mean, it's a sunset. The guns feel like they have an orange camo. Everything just follows that correct color, and it harmonizes itself throughout the video. But my only gripe is that, yeah, it's a little bit repetitive. Like it feels like an eternal drop. Like I'm waiting for a drop. But I think that's more because of the song itself, because the song is quite literally like that. So I mean, I guess I can give I took away a couple of points because of that, because of it doesn't change a lot from the base beat of the sync.
Yeah, I would agree that maybe a little bit of variety would make it even better, but still an outright strong submission from Jabber, and hopefully to see room for improvement for round 2 to take that step up to where his championship form is, and maybe this guy goes back to the championship. We'll see if he could manage to muster up that round 2 submission, but we shall see. And with that, we have reached the 82-point percentile here. 82 points for our 8th place finisher. The runner-up finisher from KOS 6 gets 8th place here with a total of 82 points. And of course, I am referring to Sinks, aka Ducky the Zombie. And I have to tell you, I remember this dude. I collabed with this dude before. I've said it time and time again, but this dude's syncs have become so innovative recently, and it's getting even crazier. His usage of After Effects and everything. He's created a whole new genre of syncs here. This is a psychedelic edit. I have never seen anything like this before, and arguably, I think this should be even higher on the list, but either way, what I love about this submission, if I'm not mistaken, this is one of the only Halo gun syncs I think I've seen in this competition. I love the usage of Halo. I'm a big sucker for it. I think that the usage of the weapons is great. Pretty decent variety throughout. While it looks simple, it is very effective, but the effects are wild. It is some of the wildest effects I think I've ever seen in a video thus far. It is so good. It's so amazing. And of course, one of my favorite parts in this sync is when you get to the 125 marker, 126 marker, the gravity hammer with the broken glass. Fantastic effect there. Alongside with the sounds, it sounds crisp. It sounds great. Just a monster submission from Sinks. He's right back into the championship hunt himself. He is out for blood.
I think I really love this sync. Real quickly, mixing, great. I think the song choice is also very good, but mixing, great. though I think some of the sounds were just a little too floaty. I'm not really familiar with the Halo music, or sorry, the Halo sounds, so I'm not sure if that's just exactly that's how it is. Um, but I overall I think the mixing is great. Also, the song choice, amazing. When it's paired with the visual style of the sync is probably some of my favorites out of this competition. I've never seen anything like this. It's very unique. It's just like it's so. I don't really know how to describe it. Like you could obviously see in the background that this is a recording of his monitor screen, and I think that's Vegas or some editing program in the background. But it's just so cool, like mixing all these different layers, and the kind of like glitchiness, the very like you said, psychedelic. It's just a very unique sync that I haven't seen anyone make before, which gives it so much, which I think gives it so much points. And I really hope that this sort of like style is carried on through the later rounds, because it's just so good.
This is a really unique submission. I really love the visual style of the submission, the lyrics at the beginning, the green screen, the Halo clips, the background with working his editing programs. This sync might be a little bit repetitive, but hey, it's drum and bass. It's kind of hard to give the sync more variety to drum and bass songs. So I think it's not a big deal, but maybe I should say that this is a visual masterpiece, in my personal opinion.
Yeah,
100%.
I agree.
Yeah.
And it's I love how I think Syncs is also really good at like a lot like Tubbsy. He's very good at making the most with the least that you have, and he really made the most out of a drum and bass song. Most people might not be able to add variety, but Syncs manages to do it every single time, and he's getting better and better and better at it. And he's a championship contender for a reason. And honestly, and I'm a big sucker for Halo, so the sound sounded really good with Halo, just like the weapons choices alongside with like the DNB, which to Toverniak's point, it may get a tiny bit repetitive, but I think that the sync makes the most of it with adding a nice variety of sounds that sound good and they match really, really good.
If I could add a little bit else, in my opinion at least, I think it was actually missing a couple of the vocal chops in the chorus itself. That would have elevated this thing to almost a perfect status for me. Like that would have been at least a 9 or a 9.5. I don't even remember my score at this point, but it was, for me at least, this has been the best song that I could have added to my playlist. This was such an amazing song, and I think the edits themselves and the use of Halo really captured that feeling of the song. It was such a good sync.
I thought that this was really, really cool. I've never seen a sync like this. Easy Syncs has a habit of experimenting with all of these different visual effects and still keeping them comprehensive to where you can still understand what's going on, even over all of these different layers of different effects done in different editors. Like he uses Vegas, he uses After Effects, and this was the coolest use of all those different programs that I've ever seen him use. This is the most unique sync that I think that I've seen, just because you have these different subtle aspects of it. Like he goes and, like Zell was saying, yeah, I noticed that too. He's just taking a recording of his monitor with Vegas open, but it went so well with the effects that he chose to use. I was really happy to see a submission of that quality from Syncs. I don't even know how he's going to build on top of this, how he's going to elaborate and make something two-part, if not better, than this sync, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what he does in round 2.
So in 7th place with 83.2 points, we have Iris E. In my opinion, this is a huge surprise some of the Vietnamese sinkers that ended up in the top of the boards. Some of these Vietnamese sinkers that got beaten. It's actually kind of crazy that this is the guy that ends up in the top spot of the Vietnamese community. It's this guy Iris E, and his sink is really cool. The visuals look really good. I say this as someone that's not like the huge fan of anime or anything like that. I mean, it does take a little, in my opinion, it does take a little bit of time to really get the sync going. But once the sync gets going at around the 34-second marker, it does not disappoint. I love the opener, like a very subtle. There's a very subtle effect when you go to the black and white, and there's the color on the opposite end. The eye tends to gravitate towards color, and what Iris E, I think, is trying to do here is trying to guide our eyes to the gun that we're supposed to be watching, at least like towards the beginning, and then there's like a subtle color change on the left to kind of add that support there, and I think that's a very good start. And then going to some of the crossbow clips, and I believe that's Modern Warfare, and a nice little tiny perspective warp, and a good transition into the drop, and the audio just sounds fantastic with this piece. And I don't even know what else more to say about this in particular, but it's just it's an effects masterpiece. I love what Iris has showed us here. It's definitely one of the top syncs for a reason. I would say maybe the only gripe I have is like when syncs start out super kind of slow, and that would be the only thing I could really think of with this submission that is something that I would personally fix. But that's just a personal gripe of mine. But I think that this submission is just fantastic. I just love the effects and how dynamic they are too. It's a very dynamic sync with a lot going on that fits really good, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, adding in a bunch of different games as well. And just another thing that I love about this is the variety is really good in this sync. Good effects all the way around, not just from a practical standpoint, but the variety of different effects that are added in this piece that coincide together and kind of work together in a nice unison. So I really like that. Good use of the assembly line effect towards the end, and he puts in like a very unique effect towards the end, or just throughout the piece. There's a middle in the middle of the screen at 3 minutes. He creates like effects within the effects, like in the middle there. It's like he's making subtle little moves in the middle there that look clean as hell, and they look nice. I like that. It's like a little bit of a different approach than I've seen than before. And apparently this guy really likes the bridges. He has a lot of bridge cinematics in there. Not that that's really anything that really matters too much, but just throwing that in there as well. Cranes, bridges, whatever. But overall, really good sync from Iris E, and he's definitely surprised me that he's this high on the boards. So really good stuff.
I really like this sync. I thought the reloads were amazing, especially towards the beginning. I think the reloads are probably in terms of like the actual syncing, I think were the strongest suits. Here in the highlight, I was a little disappointed with the Battlefield 1 and the Advanced Warfare sprays. I don't know. I don't think it worked for at least like those games those sprays have so much bass in them that like I don't think it works for this type of sync personally. But the Modern Warfare 3 sync, or the Modern Warfare sprays towards like the main drop were amazing, and I love the little use of the what is it, like the radar thing? I don't even know what that's called from the game, but it does like the little boop boop, the BB boop boop thing. And I like how that was shown on screen with how it was kind of like going up and down a little bit, and going all over the screen. All over the top of the screen was really cool. Kind of to add on to how you were talking about the colors earlier, I think the colors in here were amazing. I like how a lot of the CC kind of glows in a way. It reminds me a lot of, it's very reminiscent of like some old like film stocks, which have like a little like, they have like some like halation effects where like when something's glowing, there's like a little red aura to it, which kind of this Gamma gave off that vibe, which is really cool. But I think my only issue is I think the mixing could have just been better in some areas. Like I think in some areas the sounds are just not loud enough for me. But overall, amazing sync for sure.
The effects of themselves were top notch, and it doesn't fall short on the audio mixing department, which is usually what most of the syncs would actually fall back into.
Well, I could say that at least a couple of sprays were on the lower end, but not as much as I could not hear them. But I'd say it's a really, really nice sync, especially the mix of multiple games. I don't know if that's the actual music video for the song itself, but they all flow really well into each other, and it actually doesn't let the viewer get bored during the video. Even though it's 3 minutes, it's still a really good has a really good engagement.
Some really good stuff from Ira.C. I think Ira.C would probably be in the Rookie of the Year conversation alongside, I would imagine, Ryu as well. So Ira.C definitely establishing the bar early. So I would imagine Ira.C is going to be in the Rookie of the Year voting pretty early. But there's still some other sinkers that we got to get to. We are now in 6th place. Can't you believe it? We've gone through about 44 syncs so far. We're now in the final 6. So 6th place with a grand total of 86 points. An extremely strong score coming in from Shibuya Rin. And I have to tell you, speaking of people that have made the most with a song that kind of like lacks the syncing capabilities, in my personal opinion, Shibuya Rin made the most out of this sync, and I really love how he made the song choice really work here. And the visual effects look really strong. It looks really good. I love how there's the small little sync towards the beginning with the topography on the right there. I think that's really nice. And the topography gets, while it's simple, it gets very dynamic. I really like that. And the sound choices, the sound design is incredibly good. And I really like I believe that's the BO2 crossbow that is used in one of the sound designs. I really love that sound. It sounds really crisp with this particular sync. And then really nice usage of the scrambler. Probably some of the best scrambler usage in the competition, I think, so far, if I'm not mistaken. And I love how it kind of skips across the screen. And then some of the sprays are really good. Battlefield 1 was used extremely effectively. And then, of course, the sprays were really good as well. You could really tell the distinctive sprays apart, I think, really well in this particular sync. So the audio mastering was quite good. And just the overall presentation of the sync just gets better and better and better as time goes on. Just a fantastic entry from the Chinese syncer Shibuya Rin.
I really love the song choice for this thing. That's a very beautiful song, in my opinion. I have to say that I really like the lyrics in this thing. I think it was made on the top notch in the rest of the competitors. I like the gun choice, I like the accuracy, I like the color corrections, I like this dynamic in the sync. Awesome submission. It's really solid work.
I would say that overall the sync is great, but I'd say at the end I think the audio mixing fell a little bit off, especially during the Advanced Warfare part. I couldn't hear the sprays at the end. Like the starting from it's 215, 218, but the Modern Warfare 3 part was really solid. The switch between both maps actually keeps the flow going, and I don't feel like if it was only one map, it would have gotten a little bit repetitive, since it's pretty much the same sprays during the later end of the song. But yeah, my only gripe would be the mixing in Advanced Warfare at the end. It's a little bit too quiet. But overall, great.
I would say out of all the submissions, this is one of my favorite submissions in terms of the reload sounds being utilized. Probably in terms of the matching, probably some of the best in the competition so far, and personally one of my favorites. So really good stuff from Shibuya Rin. And with that, we do not only just reach the top 5, but now for the first time in Kings of Syncs history, we have, I believe it is 5 sinkers that have reached the above 90 percentile of scoring. So above 90 points, which is absolutely crazy. We'll start off with the 5th place finisher with 91.5. And as we've discussed before, Jabber Turtle is one Rainbow Six spray god, but who is the other? None other than Bravo 6. And the opener is great. I love the bow and arrow sounds in the beginning. That's a really nice opening touch there to establish the sync. It's very unique, extremely unique. And the sync opens up, and then, of course, he goes to what he does best. Rainbow Six sprays, and he is the GOAT at Rainbow Six sprays. And his sync was just absolutely phenomenal. It hit everything. Great effects. The audio was fantastic. It was effective, and it hit you like a ton of bricks. It was absolutely awesome. Great sync from Bravo 6, and he once again establishes that he's a top 5 syncer in the world without a shadow of a doubt.
Opening the video to the bow, and I think that's Lucio in the top, in the top center, set the premise for the entire fucking sync. And from that point on, you knew it was going to be kick-ass. This has to be my second favorite in this competition. My first favorite is coming up here in a moment, but the sprays were absolutely perfect. Like you said, this guy's going to give Jabber Turtle a run for his money in the coming rounds, because these sprays were awesome. And it's not too heavy on the effects, but there's just enough transitions to present that value of having that technical complexity. Especially, I think, let me find the timestamp here. I think whenever he breaks down a barricade and you have several steps of clips that come up of the launcher. I don't remember the name. I don't play Rainbow Six Siege, but the drop was just so. I wouldn't change a thing about the drop. The audio was great. Every gun was comprehensive. I could hear every shot. This was just a fantastic submission, and that pitch shifting on top at the beginning really scored this sync very high from me personally in terms of
Jesus Christ, the bow just sold me the entire thing, and just the sprays elevated to a whole new level. It's scary how close they sound to the actual song. So yeah, Jabber has some competition in the second round.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I think that what I would love to see, even after this competition is over, these two should 1v1. Holy shit, that would be cinema. I could just tell you that.
Yeah.
that would be insane.
That'd probably be one of the best collabs that I think I've seen since Shadow Gamer and Stan QAQ did the Travis Scott 1v1. The sicko mode 1v1.
That'd probably be more anticipated than Avengers Endgame. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I would say so, especially since Marvel's gone to shit over the years.
That is definitely one of my favorite things in this competition. Like the other judges said before, the beginning of the thing with the bow sounds, oh my god. That was absolutely amazing. And the drops itself, it was... I'm speechless at this thing right now, to be honest.
It is vintage Bravo 6. I could tell you that without a shadow of a doubt. He loves the fart sprays, what he likes to call them. He calls them the fart sprays, but they sound so good with the.
And this was one of the earlier submissions too.
It was, yeah, dude. This dude, if he cracks out something even better than this in a very fast time frame, he's gonna thrive in the speed round, and he's always been.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like the speed round is going to be coming up here, and I think that Bravo 6, with how he submitted, he was the earliest one out of all these, and he scored in the 90 percentile of scoring, which is absolutely nuts. Like, this dude is absolutely correct, and yet again, he's been good since, I think, season 5 when he first competed, or maybe 4 he competed in, but, I mean, this dude's absolutely wild. I think one day he's on track to win a championship. I think one day he could definitely be up there. But without a further ado, we're gonna stop glazing Bravo for a bit. Maybe we'll glaze him later in round 2. We'll see. But as we get into 4th place now, the final 4 syncs, finishing with a 91.9, just about 0.4 of a point ahead of Bravo 6. We have Timeless Future. And I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting this much from Timeless Future in the beginning, but that opening sequence, it really caught me off guard. I'm not gonna lie. He had the some things added into the sync from the top. He had the boxes like animated, and they matched up the sounds bit by bit. And he had the audio animation on the top there, and it was a visual masterpiece. I'll be honest, I didn't expect this to blow me away this much, but I have to tell you, this dude absolutely blew everybody away. And not to mention, a little side note, he did the CSGO knife sounds too. I thought that was kind of cool. And he added in some really cool shit. I have not seen anything like this visually before. And to think that this was 4th best in the competition, it honest to God, if I'm the rest of the competition, just getting into the finals is scary as hell at this point. If this guy's producing this amount of, if this guy's cooking this hard, dude, like this dude absolutely cooked this sync, man. Like it is so good. And I just love how the extra little edits, one of my favorite parts of the sync is the 1 minute marker, and he drags this on for about a solid 10 seconds. It shows the different tracks, and like and it even shows like a little nice little edit that he adds, like the audio waveform as well. He matches the waveform and he syncs it all together in unison. And on top of that, it sounds fantastic. It sounds really good. He used a great variety of games, Minecraft included, some Call of Duty sprays, Modern Warfare I believe was in the mix. It was, I'll be honest, I'm not often caught off guard through submissions, and I get a good idea of what people were going to submit, like, in general, but this dude has completely caught me off guard, and I think he's elite for that. Very well done to Mr. Timeless Future.
Boundary pushing guns. The visuals are obviously the highlight. I'm gonna go quickly into the mix because I have a lot more to say about the visuals, but mix was great overall. I think there were some areas that could have been improved on, like the AW sprays. I don't think they worked as well compared to everything else. And I did kind of notice that some of the guns were just a little out of sync, going towards the end of the sync. But those are just all minor things, because I was just kind of very impressed, super impressed with the visuals. I tried searching up the original song to see if this was like a lyric video that was already made, or like or if he built this from scratch. But I think Timeless genuinely made this entire thing from scratch. I just don't know how you could top this for next round. Genuinely, it's just such a good sync. I really loved like going into the 15-minute mark where it goes to like these manga panels and these comic dottings. That was great. The going into the next part at like 30 seconds when it does these cut-ins, these Japanese lettering cut-ins. Like overall, this is just an amazing sync, and personally, I wish this would have gone higher.
Yeah, it definitely pushes the boundaries visually wise for sure. It puts a lot of pressure on some of even the world's best syncers to put something visually amazing like this. But of course, at the same time, I think, he did it effectively, but he also did it with like a nice little touch of the audio too. Like the audio sounded great. It wasn't just like all visuals. It was great audio as well. I think the audio is surprisingly great with this submission. And like I said, I am not caught off guard often, because I get a good idea who's going to be the top contenders, and this dude came out of nowhere. And
yeah, I just want to quickly add, like, the thing with like these types of syncs is that, like, I feel like in general with a lot of these visual heavy syncs, you either get a really good, cool visual sync but not good audio, or like really good audio and not as much visuals. But Timeless really like gets a really great balance between the two, and especially with how much is going on with the effects, it's super surprising that the audio is like still pretty much on the same level as the visuals, I think.
So the only things that gripe me about this thing is the volume mixing, audio mixing. Some guns are a little bit on the lower end. Couldn't hear that well. and some others I think they needed a little bit more time with the audio itself, because if you cut them too much, if you pitch it down at the end, you fade it out at the end. It loses its punch. But on the positive side, I can just say, Jayto, watch the fuck out. This thing in terms of visual has just blown me out of any expectations that I had. It's really good. It's an experience in on itself, and it's a journey from start to finish that just keeps you engaged for the entire duration.
This was very cool. This is a very new concept to me. So kind of like how I was saying with Make It Rain, with his experience doing MMV videos. So he allowed that experience of which he learned from that to influence his sync. Transitions, effects. Time of Future actually implements that into their sync. And I'm not sure how they do it. I guess this is an After Effects or something like that. But similarly to what PGS said, the effects are great. They're so well implemented. Everything transitions so smoothly. Everything flows so well. But, excuse me. As for effects, it does seem like some of these guns are a little bit too muffled. Like, particularly Advanced Warfare. And it's a little bit more difficult to distinguish them over others. To me, it seems that way. I think that if they were, and this could be deliberate, to match the chorus of the song. But I think that if you had a little bit less of that alteration that's been implemented into the audio, whether that's resonant filter or some tweaking and equalization, I think that if they sounded more pronounced, it would sound a little bit better. But that's just my subjective opinion. Regardless, this is very well synced, great gun choices, great effects. This is very interesting. I'm very intrigued by this style. I'm not sure how you elaborate on this and make something else different, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what they make next.
I think that one of the biggest things now to follow up this with is to follow up with a good visual masterpiece, but also something that's really good in that audio department, not to lose that. So I think that's what Timeless Future has got to make sure to figure out. So with that, we move on to the top three. We have made it to the final three sinkers, and all three of these sinkers have gone, I mean, I'd even say the top five have gone absolutely exceptional, but these three are just absolutely incredible. Finishing in third, he originally scored a 96.6, but had to lose 4 points from the late submission penalty, but he was basically in line to get almost a perfect score, so 96.6, but in this case, it's going to be a 92.6 points. So finishing in third, with a grand total of 92.6 points, we have Neko Reno Chami, aka, if you guys don't remember who this guy is, this was a Russian sinker that came out of nowhere as well and gave us an amazing gun sync. If you remember the name CMK Hodor, he had a fantastic KOS 6, made it all the way to the finals. The only other sinkers that beat him is one of the sinkers that's sitting in this call right now, and just a couple other people. But this guy is in championship contending form himself. He wants to win this thing too, and this was a phenomenal gun sync. The audio, I think, was some of the best in the competition so far. His effects are absolutely slick. Great transition between games. Good topography throughout his... One of my favorite parts from him is the... funny enough, most people may or may not agree with me with this, but one of my favorite parts from CMK Hodor here, or Neko Reno, is Infinite Warfare. The Infinite Warfare part is one of my favorite parts of this sync because it just sounds so good. It sounds so crisp. I love he's very good at syncing Overwatch as well, and everything just looks slick. It looks great. Looks absolutely outstanding. And of course, I love people that can utilize the EM1 reload sounds really good, because I think it's an underrated sound and can be used very effectively if used correctly. I used to try to use it quite a lot myself. This dude uses it quite well, and just his weapon choices are just fantastic. His effects, fantastic. Audio, fantastic. Technical composition, out of this fucking world. This dude is absolutely correct.
I can't even explain how good this sounds. This combo of Overwatch and Doom Eternal is absolutely amazing. the Modern Warfare parts was made stunningly excellent, and the style of the lyrics, I definitely kind of like it too. So that's a absolutely strong submission from the another my Russian fellow.
He was the highest scoring Russian guy in this competition as well. So he is representing the Russian nation right now. He is number one for Russia right now. So he definitely has established himself quite well, and I think he's a championship threat, 100%.
I really love the visuals and the colors. I actually really liked how in some of these sections that it kind of the lyrics match like the color of the section that it's in. But I also think that could just be like an opacity thing. But I think the packs that he chose match really well with the tone, especially up until the drop, and also the drop is amazing as well. I really like how like the Lucio swipes kind of motivate a lot of the effects here, and especially with the Doom Eternal clips as well. I think he really hit the nail on the head with these visuals. And overall, the mix was pretty great too. I love the reload sounds were probably the highlight for me. And I think the only thing that was just a little off was just the Modern Warfare Remastered section didn't hit as hard for me compared to the rest of the sync, but that was just a small thing. I think it was that those sounds were just slightly louder than the rest of like the different games, but aside from that, like overall the sync is just phenomenal.
This was awesome. This is out of this entire competition, this is my favorite sync. This is the only sync that I gave a perfect score. This is the only sync that I gave a perfect score, and that's including KOS 6. The transitions were so perfect. The beginning was so well synced, and the snappy effects and how you transition from pack to pack, it's just perfect. It's art. And here's the thing that I can't get over is the fact that you don't even have that much you don't have saturation, you don't have bleach bypass, you didn't go super crazy in terms of that realm of visual effects, not necessarily transitions. Instead, you focus on the flow of the sync and how everything complements itself, how one pack moves to another, and it transitions so smoothly. Along with that, you have demo and near perfect audio, plus there's subtle things like the masked EBR 100s, I think, from Infinite Warfare on the second drop. That's hard to do. That has to be, from what I understand, that has to be rendered separately from the sync. So these subtle little things, and the second drop too, absolutely perfect on the build. I loved the first and the second drop equally, but man, I really hope this is a high bar to set for yourself with how well everything was synced. Perfect gun choice, perfect volume of the guns. I didn't have any critiques for this. I really didn't.
Wow.
And this was great. This goes to show that you don't really need to go, because for a lot of us, it's really hard to implement a lot of these different effects into it, like saturation, bleach bypass, shake, motion blur, and stuff like that. This guy doesn't have any of that. All he has is transitions. And look at how well executed it is. This is proof that you don't need to go super insane with your effects to still produce such a high quality sync like this. Just focus on your audio and find that equilibrium between audio quality and transitional quality and how everything flows, especially with a multi-game sync like this, and you will have a very high ranking sync every time, I think.
So absolutely incredible submission from Neckarino. It's, I mean, 100% his best submission I've seen so far from him, but he has not skipped a beat since almost winning the championship not too long ago, and he's put himself in the conversation. And speaking of now, we are down to two other syncs that we still have not mentioned yet. It is time for second place. And then we get to first, but let's get to second first, if that makes any sense. But second place, with a grand total of a near perfect score, And in fact, I think this particular sync in terms of scoring passes the round one best, the number one submission from last year's submission. Originally, it was a 96. Sturmdown got a 96 initially a while back, who won the first round of the competition back in season 6. Dr. Jayton blows that out of the water with a 97.9. Dr. Jayton finishes number 2. And we'll go over the person who won in just a minute, but Dr. Jayton's submission was this is vintage Dr. Jayton. He has established himself once again as the former champion of the Kings of Sinks competition. I mean, this dude is just absolutely insane. His submissions are just so goated. No matter, he has not fallen off one bit, and it is beautiful. Song choice is great. I love the chroma key. I love the. It's very similar to like the Taubsy edits that he used to make in season 2, but Jayton modified them to make them even better, to make them extremely visually appealing. The audio sounds great. It's like, I think this sync, personally, at least from my personal perspective, is the perfect balance between visual and audio. It is literally the perfect balance, in my personal opinion. I don't even know audio-wise what I would change in this particular sync. I love the tactical insert at the 140 mark. I love the spinning AA12s. I'm a big sucker for anyone that uses good AA12 usage. And then when he gets to the 148 marker, there's just so much going on. Nice little KOS plugins there. And of course his logo, and just so much reloads going on at the same time. What I think he added in a new effect as well, the rotating wheel of fortune there that is spinning with guns, and it is, this submission is, this is vintage Dr. Jayton. Nothing more can be said than that.
What I learned from Jayton is that he comes to the Gunsync community from the Sparta Remix community, which they pretty much just take any source, any video, a famous phrase, a famous part of a program, and they turn that entire thing into a music video. It's just like the classic This Is Mad, This Is Sparta remix. The whole community around there has built off of that remix, added their flair to it, and they usually try to match that remix itself with only the source. So Jayton is pretty much the beautiful marriage between the Sparta Remix community, their levels of accuracy, pitching, and just using every single part of the source, the games, to match a certain song, the songs that we do. And he, ever since he came into KOS, has been just bombshell after bombshell. And coupled that with a really good understanding of effects, of just the journey itself throughout the entire video, it has been a constant strain of 9s, 10s, because he dominates that balance between the music and the source itself in a way that it actually blends in the guns themselves to the song, where they just pretty much become one. I would say the only thing that didn't give this thing a perfect score was a couple of issues that I heard. Well, at least a couple of guns that I heard that were on the lower side of the audio gain. But other than that, it's just what I expect from Jayton. It's a really good sync. The visuals have blown me away, and the accuracy, of course, it's off the charts.
This is a very cool concept. So Jayton has developed a signature thing where it's like, he's going to make an effect that nobody else can make. This is so innovative. And like PGS was saying, I guess this stems from other experience that he has with doing this sort of thing, taking something and turning it into something else completely different. And this was just so, the gunshots were so snappy. It was the perfect gun to choose for the beat. There's so much going on, yet it's still comprehensive. A lot of the times it seems like there will become so much going on, so many different things happening, to where it loses comprehension. You can't hear the individual guns shooting. You can't hear the individual sounds. With this, everything stays pronounced, everything is comprehensive, It's visually pleasing. He has fantastic gun choice, fantastic accuracy, of course, because he's Jayton. And this was very this is super innovative. This is very it reminds me of Hustle Puzzle's entries, I believe in KOS 5.
Yes. Yeah, I was gonna say it's a good mix between Husel and Tobsy put together. I think if you put those two
Yes,
together,
exactly.
you get Dr. Jayton.
Exactly.
Can't even imagine how many time and efforts Dr. Jayton did into this thing. The gun choice is perfect. The accuracy is it's perfect too, and I think that Dr. Jayton invented the wheel.
He did. He did invent the wheel.
Bro reinvented the wheel.
I think yeah, we should call it the Jayton wheel.
I like that. Yeah, I like that. The Jayton wheel. I did the. I was trying to figure out like a perfect name for it. Like I figured out, okay, it's just the wheel, but like the reinventing of the wheel, I think that's a good, nice spin on it. So we will forever call that effect now the Jayton wheel. I think that's gonna be the new effect. But look at this yet again. First it was the Jayton spear, now the Jayton wheel. I think that was quite cool.
I don't think there's really much to add here. This is really visually probably one of the coolest syncs I've ever seen. The uses of like the typography, kind of like I would describe it as like very kinetic, that kind of style. Especially with like on the 50 second mark with, or kind of like the white outlines, like the very like black base for the guns and the white outlines is very kinetic, but kind of combining that with like these floral patterns, this like weird like hexagon thing at 106, like that background. It's like you're going through a portal a little bit.
Oh yes.
It's just it's so unique. It's just like, and like you guys like the Jayton sphere, the Jayton circle. I think people are gonna start taking the circle starting from now. I think Jayton's a very like influential sinker in terms of effects, and I think a lot more people are gonna start using the Jayton's circle from now on.
Yeah, I think they're gonna start using
sure.
the Jayton wheel. I agree. That's definitely gonna become
the Jayton wheel.
I think every time Jayton creates an effect, I think he's got to start. If he really he could easily make some money off it and trademark it at this point, and he'd probably be a billionaire. I mean, it's pretty wild. And without a further ado, while Dr. Jayton did get second best in this particular case, Jayton obviously showing his beautiful championship form that he won Season 3 with, and he's got a very good chance of winning this season and becoming a 2-time champion. But he's got some competition this year, I gotta tell you, from the people that finished just a little bit behind him and the one person that finished ahead of him, finishing in the number 1 position with a near perfect score. For the record, a 100 is a perfect score. This sinker scored a 99.5. Absolutely stunning score. It's crazy. I've never seen a sync I couldn't even think of a sync ever scoring this high in particular. But Dr. Jayton, you got some competition. You better be ready for XXX Neo. I actually watched this dude edit a little bit of this, and he showed us little snippets of what he was doing, and I don't even know what to say, man. I mean, it's beautiful. The topography is some of the best I think I'd even go ahead and say this topography is even better than what Nerdbox used to do. And Nerdbox had Hall of Fame topography, but this is just beautiful. While it seems simple in terms of the weapons being used and the audio is being used, obviously the visuals carry this sync to much higher heights than anything that could have ever been imagined. But I think that the balancing is still great on this sync, and just the visuals are just absolutely wild. I haven't seen anything like this ever. When I first created this competition, I didn't even think it was possible to create something like this. And Neo I knew he was going to put a banger out there ever since because he first actually competed in this competition all the way back in Season 6. I know it's not that far, but back in Season 6, he first came out in the first round with Overthinker. He made it all the way to the finals, and he finished inside the top 3 in the finals. He almost beat Toverniak, but I have to tell you, Neo he's out for blood. This dude is absolutely cracked at visual animation. He's absolutely cracked at the audio master. I mean, the audio mastering still sounds fantastic. It's amazing. So, like, breaking down the sync from start to finish, it opens up, you zoom in onto the monitor, every gamer can relate. It goes into the monitor, you start to see the initial topography launch and a couple reload sounds. It goes into a couple shots, and then you get this, like, at around the 34, 33 second marker. In Call of Duty, when you hit a shot, you get that hit marker effect. He nails the hit marker effect quite nicely there. I actually kind of like that touch. It's nice. The topography is going on in the background really nicely, and then it starts spinning, bullets everywhere. Like, the animation, keep in mind, he went into Blender and made all this animation from scratch. This is not a template. This is all built from scratch, and it is absolutely phenomenal. I'm stunned at what people can create with the right technology, and it is so amazing. And then you go to the triple monitor setup. Once again, the topography follows through. Then there's a spinning gun. Some of the gunshots that are going on are getting sent off into other screens, kind of going off into the abyss. And then last but not least, after a little bit more of topography and the transition to the second drop, I think we can give Neo his own trademark of effect here. I like to call this at the effect at the 2:54 minute marker. This is the Valley of the Weapons. It is a digital valley where he's like shooting. Maybe the color. I just think the color is just awesome. The visual presentation.
I would call it Weapon Wave.
Weapon Wave. There you go. That's a good one. That's even better than mine. All right.
Actually cool.
All right. So we're gonna give Neo the Weapon Wave official trademark for this effect. I mean, he built this all from scratch, and it is absolutely phenomenal. And then sync wraps up, it zooms out of the monitor, and just fucking brilliant. He's established himself as a championship favorite, or at least one of them. I cannot wait to see him and Jayton fighting for this championship. I think the two of them, along with some other picks that are in the mix, CMK Hodor, Timeless Future, we are going to have a great battle of the Titans this year. And Neo has set the bar so high, like the Neo in the Matrix. Absolutely crazy stuff from Neo.
Jesus Christ. What I can only say is that, and I'm speaking this from purely fact.
Nice.
Jayton, you have been dethroned. Holy shit. He pretty much created the music video for this song. I cannot even speak straight with this shit. I actually had to take search the song itself to hear it, because I was thinking, okay, so the guns sound really close to the song itself, so I'm gonna see if it's the pitch, the volume itself that it's badly mixed, or is it the song itself? But no, the guns are actually at the perfect level, because you can actually tell the actual song from the guns, which are Silence from Modern Warfare 3, really, really sped up to the point that they actually blend in really nice to the song. But honestly, the part that takes the cake for me is the spinning around the blacked out M4 with a holo sight. That part was just like, holy shit, this is it. And I haven't been following KOS for a while, but just coming out of pretty much retirement, because I was nowhere to be found, seeing Neo out of nowhere just pull this thing just makes me fucking just lose any type of words. Like, I think my last entry into KOS was at KOS 3. I don't know, Escape fact check me about that.
I'll look that up.
But honestly, yeah, the top of the game back then was just Jayton. Jayton was the top of the game. The wheel, the multi-layered parts of guns, one doing the bass, one doing the beat, one doing the reloads. That was it. That was the top of the game. And now seeing this, a whole 3D project coming out of scratch just to make a sync, has just blown me away. And holy shit, I cannot wait for what you can cook up next. Either on KOS or on your own.
I think it's one of those situations where it is wild what the human mind could put together, like human ingenuity. Yeah. I think it's brilliant.
I would say just send this shit to the actual original creator. Tell them, hey, I have this video. Because holy shit, if I was the creator, I would say, yeah, I'll upload it as my own.
For my sponsorship. Channel.
Yeah.
This opens up the use of Blender. This is opening up a whole new avenue, creative potential for these types of videos. This is not only setting a fucking standard of just insanely talented productive value in something like this. I mean, this is completely reshaping how, I mean, I really have no idea how, and I said this for a couple of the other guys, but a lot more, I say this with a lot more emphasis for this guy, Neo. How are you going to improve on this? I mean, I bet PGS, you said this was MW3. The animations were MW3. They're so snappy and perfect, and they're masked so well. Especially, you know, little subtle things like during the beginning. I gotta find the timestamp right here. I think it's at the 40-second mark. I guess that's looks like the MP7 or something, and goes out of ADS and continues firing. I know it's subtle and corny, but it's just unique. It's innovative, and plus, we didn't name this effect, but the circling around the M4 with all of the different screens and the effects and the falling bullets and stuff like that. This was just so cool. This was so unique. It makes me want to go back to Blender again and try to make something, but I couldn't make anything this badass. I think that this is, yeah, like I said, I really am speechless. I really am speechless. I'm struggling to find how to describe this, but in terms of audio, I mean, perfect. With the reloads, perfect volume, gunshots, perfect volume. They're perfectly comprehensive. It just sounds like it's, not only that, but it just sounds like it's rendered in a super high bit rate to where it's so crisp and clean. A lot more than a lot of the other syncs in this competition that don't even come close to this level of perfection in terms of audio. And yeah, I'm blown away with this one, 100%. I don't know if anybody else has used Blender for a gun sync before.
Well, I think a couple people have used it before, but not to this degree. And I think if I'm not mistaken, but I was gonna say too that the rendering process for this must have taken a whole mountain of time. I can tell you that. He was telling me too. Neo was telling me that this sync took him a very long time to render, and it's. I think it was like over 100 gigs or something. I don't know. It was some big ass crazy number, like of
as I
said
with Jayton, I pity the poor fucking computer that had to render this. This had the Jayton sync.
He's a NASA computer.
Yeah, he definitely. As far as I was told, he has a crazy good computer.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Correcting my earlier mistake, I think it's a mix of Modern Warfare, Modern Warfare 2019, Modern Warfare 2, and Vanguard for the M1 Garand.
Right.
Those are the 3 games.
But the use of the silence weapons too. That was
that was
not a lot of people use silence guns because it's so hard to get them to sound right. But I'm not sure what program he uses to edit audio, but it looks like he pitch shifted a couple of the different guns, and they sound so good.
Yeah, they sound so good to the actual.
Especially the silence guns.
So like, so he pitched. So I didn't even notice that before. So you're saying he pitch shift each individual silenced shotgun to make it a different silenced pitch? Is that what you're saying?
The sprays, at least, it seems like that. Particularly, I'm looking at from the 317 mark onwards, the gun at the right side with the EOTech on it, it really sounds like it's pitch shifted a lot. But I mean, it's so well to that extent. It's like, I mean, yeah, you can use a different spray, but pitch shifting in itself is a skill completely outside of syncing. I think, at least. I mean, think about how many people struggle just to get the scrambler to sound good without jumping around into other programs and stuff. That's very, very well done. Very, very well done. This is really setting a standard for the next round.
I'm literally speechless at this particular case. I only wants to say one thing. Neo, you're a psycho. You hear me? You're a psycho.
He is a psycho,
He's a mad
dude.
lad.
He is mad. This dude's out for blood, out for vengeance. He is in. That's pretty wild. But I'll be honest, you know, it comes with a blessing and a curse. I can imagine no one wants to collab with Neo only because they would get beat so bad if they're up against something like this, because this is just we're at god tier levels now of syncing, like beyond anything we've seen before. Although I'd be happy to collab with Neo just to give him a fucking shout out, because this dude, if I remember correctly, he only has like 20 or 30 followers. I know he's got some following on Bilby, but
73.
73. Yeah, give this dude more following. Jesus Christ. This dude's hella underrated.
I genuinely think, and I think I've said this before to you guys individually, but I genuinely think one of the best syncs ever created. Like, genuinely, I don't think there's a sync that even comes close to the level of quality and effort that this does. Kind of similar to what I was saying with Timeless, is this is boundary pushing, and similar to what Stealth said too. This is like this opens like a Pandora's box for like the creative potential for gun syncs. I really hope to see, like, after this, more syncs, not exactly similar, but in terms of like the creative potential reaching this level. Neo has always, I think this is just like kind of the culmination of like Neo's potential as a syncer ever since his Overthinker sync. I watched that when KOS 6 was happening, and I knew that this guy had something like special.
Oh yeah.
For sure. And yeah, again, like I don't know how you get better than this for next round.
Yeah, and
genuinely.
And going back to the pushing the boundaries competitive wise, Neo openly said he was willing to. I mean, I would say this is a little dangerous, but I mean, I guess competitive edge wise. But if he's gonna share this out, he said he was gonna do tutorials on how to do stuff like this, which I think it's very noble of him and a great creative service that he would love to do. But I mean, if I were him, I'd keep all this shit to myself, at least until I win. But maybe I'm being a greedy little gremlin. Maybe pull a Jaden and beat a greedy gremlin. But I can tell you that if he starts to put tutorials out on stuff like this kind of content's going to start booming. And the standard of gun syncs, I didn't even think it would get even higher. But I think after this, it definitely well can. And like I said, when human ingenuity gets put into something like this, it is a brilliant blessing, I think, to see stuff like this. I think it's great. So with that, congratulations, Neo. You are number 1 on the boards after stage 1 of this competition comes to a conclusion. And before we get into anything more, I do want to give a special thanks to all the gun syncers that have submitted into this competition. Great stuff from everybody. We had 50 submissions or so, 49, technically 49, add 50 if you add Hoy RTs. But huge thank you to all the syncers that have created beautiful art for us and for us to look at, have fun, judge. And huge thanks to all the judges, all the people that organized, and the 50 or so people that reacted to the Discord post for me to come back into this competition, for us to host it again. And we are coming back to create another gun sync renaissance. We're going to expect even more in the future, but of course we got to get through KOS 7 first. So with that, going into round 2 for the following names, in this case it'll be Mr. Ragdizzle gets the nod into the top 24. Just to recap, because one of the top 24 will not be submitting in the next round, but we're going to give Mr. Ragdizzle the nod anyway. More than likely because someone will not submit, but we'll see. But Mr. Ragdizzle gets the nod in 25th, and Aimvis, Life Sound Studios, Zippy Cream, Need for Sinks, Naid, Make It Rain, Tobsy, Xbox Sinks, Lizzie, Lakewind, Shadow Gamer, UUU777, Ryu, Sturmdown, Haruka Chan, Jabber the Turtle, Sinks, Iris E, Shibuya Rin, Bravo 6, Timeless Future, Neko Reno Chami, Dr. Jaden, and Neo will all be the names of the sinkers moving on to round number 2. Now, round 2 sinks. This is the speed round, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be a little bit more pressure. It's not going to be a 3-month deadline. It's more so going to be a 2-month deadline instead. Maybe a little bit less than 2 months, depending on when the timing of this video comes out. But I'm feeling a little bit generous this upcoming round. So a little bit of extra time will be put into round 2, but not much. So the deadline for round number 2 will be August 29th. That will be the deadline for all round 2 sinks. Better finish your sinks before then. I want to see some super fire submissions like we've been seeing. And to all the sinkers that remain in the competition, out of the 25 of you, well, 24 technically, in this particular case, out of the sinkers that remain, only 10 will move on to the Grand KOS 7 finale. And before we wrap up this video, we are doing, for the first time, to celebrate 10 years of the Kings of Sinks competition and community, we will be nominating 4 sinkers into the inaugural KOS Hall of Fame. Now, the KOS Hall of Fame right now has 10 nominations on there. We might add an 11th depending on what happens, but for now, you look on the screen and you see these are the nominations. In order to vote in these nominations, you do have to join the Gunsync Lounge Discord, and you basically vote for the 2 people you think should be nominated into the Kings of Sinks Hall of Fame. There will be 4 people in total that get selected, 2 from fan voting. I will be making at least 1 selection myself, and another person will be making another selection. So in total, a surprise person will be making the 4th and final selection, but I think that 4 in total will be nominated into the initial Kings of Sinks Hall of Fame, and there'll be another potential category put into the mix, potentially called the greatest gun sync of all time. So we want to see the discussion going on. What is, out of the 10 years of gun syncs, what is the greatest gun sync of all time? Just make sure to give a little discussion, let us know. But this will all be taking place in the Gunsync Lounge Discord in the KOS Hall of Fame discussion. So with that, thank you guys so much for all your support and for all the stuff that we've been doing, Gunsync related, everything in between. This community is back and better than ever. We got more coming. Kings of Sinks round 2 submissions will be coming soon. Thank you all for your support. Thank you to the judges. Thank you to the competitors. And most importantly, thank you as the viewer for watching this and keeping us going. Thank you guys so much. And with that, round 1 concludes. And with round 1 concluding, does any of you guys have any last words for how this round 1 went?
It has blown me away, the change in how syncs are being done. Like, as I said, my last entry into KOS, like my full-fledged attention throughout the entire competition was KOS 3 or 2 or 3. Again, escape fact check me on that. But
it was 3.
It was 3, yeah. It's been a ride. Like, everything has improved. Like, back then, well, the lowest things were pretty much missing in the departments of accuracy. That was the lowest of the low. But even then, those sinkers improved over time. Like, at this point, I think accuracy hasn't been the number one point that has lost a lot of people the spots in KOS. But everything is just improving, and I'm really glad to see the community itself just going up constantly.
The standard has changed so much, especially in terms of visual effects and in that realm of innovation. I mean, you can think back, you really had a consistent theme among syncs, it seems like to me, through KOS 1 to KOS 3. And then you had Blue Leaf completely innovating and changing the scene in Kingdom Sinks 4, and from then on to KOS 5. And now looking at everything and how it's all improved, I mean, I thought that I was good. Most of these guys would kick my ass. These guys are completely insane, and the standard has raised so much. Like you said, Escape, the median, what was the median score is
The average score is skyrocketed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like the average score to get into the next round, you need to have at least 69, 70 points, and that's just to get into the next round. But then, like, overall, when you get into that top 24, you're seeing a lot more people scoring in the 80s and the 90s now, which is crazy. So we've had a new record in that regard.
Absolutely.
Toverniak, you want to add anything before we finish up?
You know, this season was mind blowing for me. I'm literally staggered what our competitors bring to us. I'm heavily looking forward to KOS round 2. I desperately want to see what our competitors can bring to us.
Yeah, I would love to see what they cook up to. It'd be a great privilege for us all to see what this next round is going to hold. And Zell, last but not least, anything last to add?
Yeah, I think this season has kind of really shown this kind of like new generation of sinkers, especially since KOS has been on a hiatus for a while now. Like the gap in skill has just increased immensely, and I think it's just going to go up from here, which is really impressive, and it's very exciting to see. It's exciting to see in general, looking at like the whole sinking landscape, to see what people do from here on out, but also going into the next round, because like we've all talked about in some of these sinks, how do you top this first round submissions? How do you even top your own submissions? So that's going to be really exciting to see for sure.
Man, it's gonna be a wild next couple of months for sure. And on top of that, you know, the KOS Hall of Fame voting, all the activity that's going around in this community, it is absolutely fantastic, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what's happening in this community. And honestly, it feels great to be back in this community. I know 5 years ago I said that KOS 6 would be my last, but we're far from done now at this point. I'm reinvigorated, ready to keep on doing this, and this is going to be great. And, you know, I have to thank you guys and everybody involved for motivating me to come back and doing this, and seeing the community evolve and the sinkers that are involved, the service that they put in, the time they put into these sinks it's just a privilege to watch it. It's fantastic. So thank you all for your time for this video. We are probably hours into this video, and I'm not sure what the exact timestamp of this video is, but you will see. It'll definitely be multiple hours later. It was basically like sitting through a trilogy of movies, but at last we reached the end. And thank you all for your time, and I appreciate you guys, and look forward to see what's going to be cooked up in round number 2. So soon, stay tuned for KOS round 2 submissions, and then after that, the KOS round 2 results, which I promise will be a little bit of a shorter time frame this time round going in. Maybe instead of like many hours, it might be 1 or 2, but we'll see.
Hopefully.
But thank you guys so much, and have a very wonderful day or evening, wherever you come from, whether it's whatever part of the world you come from. Thank you very much, and have a good night or a good day.
Have a good something.